Morning, we're on the record. I need all board members online, please. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act (OMA), I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance today for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And before we start our caller calendar today, I just want to formally welcome 2 new board members that we have joined us today. We have Mr. David Meadows and we have Mr. Ryan Jones. Welcome to the board. I look forward to working with you through the duration of your term. Good morning and welcome. All right. For our first case today, it's our protest hearing status. It's Sundar LLC, license number 129591. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Matt Menorah, your access has been elevated. Apologies. There we go. Matt Menorah, your access has been elevated. And Daryl Repertoire, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
All right, thank you. Mr. Repertoire, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on?
Unmuted? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir, but I can't see you. We can
share? Which is the image that
Excuse me, folks.
I cannot see which.
Yes, Mr. Menorah. Hold on, Mr. Repertoire. Yes.
I believe the protestant in this case is ANC 5C, not Mr. Ripito.
All right, Mr. Repertoire, what case are you on for, sir?
Savon Liquors.
All right, so you're in the wrong case. All right.
De-escalate.
I was,
That appears to be all, Chairman. I do not see the licensee in attendance.
Which is ANC 5C?
Yeah, Darlene Oliver.
Okay. All right. Mr. Minor, can you identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Sure. My name is Matthew Minora from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground, and we're ABC licensed counsel for Sonder LLC. My name is spelled M-A-T-T-H-E-W. Last name is M-I-N-O-R-A.
Good morning, Mr. Minor. I see that the ANC is not here. This matter was scheduled for a protest status hearing for 10:30 this morning. It is now 10:50. The ANC is not here, and the board has not. Just let me wait. I just see that we're putting broadcast one more time to see if ANC, if a representative from ANC 5C is here. It's 10:51. I'll wait one more minute to see if someone responds to the message in the chat.
Matthew Trotter, your access has been elevated.
Who is Mr. Trotter?
Good morning. That's me.
Who are you, sir? Who do you represent, sir?
I'm the managing member of Sonder LLC.
Okay, all right, hold on. Okay. Just spell your name for the record, sir, please.
Yes, it's Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Trotter, T-R-O-T-T-E-R.
Good morning, sir. All right.
Good morning.
This matter was scheduled for a protest hearing, a protest status hearing for 10:30 this morning. It is now 10:52. I called the case. The licensees, the applicant is here. The ANC is not here. ANC 5C protested, sent a letter to our agency on September 29th, stating that they're protesting this license. The ANC stated that they voted 6-0 to protest the license, meaning that there are 6 members of ANC 5C. ANC chairperson also informed us that Commissioners Oliver, who is 5C05, and Commissioner Manning, 5C04, with the chairperson, that either party could represent the ANC in front of ABRA, but as I stated, it's a 6-member ANC, so therefore any member of the ANC should be available to represent the ANC at the protest hearing this morning. The ANC has failed to appear, and the agency has not received notice asking for an extension. So with that, I'm making a motion that the protest filed by the ANC be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We're going to have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Before I move forward, is there a way when the protest ANC that those documents are shared with us?
What document, sir?
The letter from the ANC to the board.
the ANC, which document you're talking about? You're talking about which document you're talking about, sir?
5C sent a letter of their protest, correct? That you were reading from previously.
Yeah, that's available to that. That's a part of the agency's record. So the agency has the information, but as a courtesy, it was just sent to me a couple of minutes ago. So I have it, but that's information that's available to all board members.
Okay, I just didn't know if that was a standard procedure that we would also be receiving all protest letters.
No, that's a part of the board's records and the agency's records, and
Yes.
we can discuss that if board members require that information.
Yes, I'd kind of like to see those, but so in answer to your question, Meadows, agree.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, I agree.
All right. The board has voted 5-0 to dismiss the ANC's protest. What this means, the board will issue a decision. The ANC will have 10 days to give us reasonable cause why they fail to appear today. If the ANC fails to respond, or if they fail to provide reasonable cause why they fail to appear today, the board will instruct the agency to move forward to issue the license. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Have a
thank you,
great
board
day.
members.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. The next case on our calendar, it's case number 24 PRO 00104 Minnesota Liquor, license number 106577. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Kwong Wan Lee, your access has been elevated. And I believe
Yeah, that's correct.
Amy, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Who is Amy? Who's can the person whose name on the screen appears as Amy? Can you turn your camera on and please identify yourself for the record? I'm just trying to figure. Are you here for this case? Is that your client, Mr. Lee? I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I think I was supposed to be for the previous meeting, and I was just I had another meeting for work.
What?
And
I'm sorry, ma'am. What meeting?
Ethio-Japanese.
No, ma'am. We haven't done that yet. So you don't belong in this case. So we're going to drop you.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there Mr. Oriana? Can you please put something in the chat asking for a representative from ANC 8A? And it's 10:59. I will wait another minute till 11 o'clock. All right. Mr. Lee, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, my last name is Lee. First name Kyunghwan. I'm attorney for Minnesota League Court today.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning.
Excuse me, I see that there is no representative from ANC 8A here. This matter was scheduled for a protest status hearing for 10:30 this morning. It is 11 a.m. I've called the case, and ANC 8A is not here. I want the record to also reflect that when these matters are placarded, both parties are instructed when the protest status period ends, and both parties are also told that they must, if it's going to be protested, you have to show up at the roll call hearing. And once you show up at the whole roll call hearing, it is mandatory that a representative of the ANC or the licensee show up at the protest hearing status and also the protest hearing. So that's mandatory. And we have this hearing today, and ANC 8A has failed to appear, and neither have we received notice from the ANC requesting a continuance. So I once again, I am going to make a motion to dismiss this protest. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, second the motion. Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. You're on mute, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Again, what this means, the board will issue an order within 10 days. The ANC will have 10 days to provide us reasonable notice cause why they failed to appear today. If they do not respond, or if the board determines that their reason for not being here today, the board will instruct the agency to dismiss the protests and renew the license. All right. Mr. Lee, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a
All
good
right.
day. Bye.
Okay. The next case on our calendar is case number 24PRO00098, Save on Liquors, license number 116481. All right, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties for this case, please?
Sure thing.
All right.
Matt Menorah, your access has been elevated. Manale Mahmood, your access has been elevated. Daryl Repertoire, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, as an FYI, I want to alert the public. We have a calendar. All the cases are scheduled for 10:30. Our public calendar, if you want to see our calendar, you can go on our website, you'll see our calendar. So our calendar, all the cases are scheduled for 10:30, and so I'm calling the cases. So there's no order, there's no specific order. I'm sorry. They're listed in order how I'm going to call the cases, but they are all scheduled for 10:30. If a case is scheduled, so if you look at our calendar, all our morning cases are scheduled for 10:30, and all our afternoon cases are scheduled for 1:30. And so it's incumbent upon you to be in the chat because all of these cases are being virtual. So therefore, there should be no issue. You don't have to be on camera. I will call the case, and you just listen to when it is that I will call your case, and for you to be available to present. Okay. All right. So let's start with I'll start. Is it Miss Mahmoud or you, Mr. Manora? Whose case is this?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is my case. Manal Mahmood with Malios O'Brien Sandground on behalf of Save On Liquors.
Spell your name for me, please, ma'am.
MANALLEMAHMOUD.
I'm sorry. Good morning, ma'am. Are you here, Mr. Manora? Identify yourself for the record, please.
Oh, sure. My name is Matthew Minora. A co-counsel for the license applicant, excuse me. Matthew spelled Matthew. Minora is Minora.
Good morning, sir. Mr.
Morning.
Repetu, you're not in camera. You also need to unmute yourself, sir.
Did I unmute?
Yes, sir. You have unmuted yourself. Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir, and who do you represent?
Darrell, Darrel, Rippetto, Rippeteau. And my wife Judy is here, but we're not on the camera.
I know, sir. I can't see you. So if she's there, what's her name? She can, if she's there with you, she can spell her name for the record.
Yes, JUDYRIPPETEAU.
And you are the abutting property owner who are protesting this this entity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Mahmoud, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Well, just that on Monday, we filed our settlement agreement with the ANC2F on this matter. We also had mediation scheduled with the budding property owners, but they were unable to make it. And I believe the only outstanding issue is residential trash removal of the residents living above the applicant's storefront.
Thank you. Mr. Rapporteur, not substantive, but do you have any preliminary issues that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
First, I believe that Judy and I have attended on these electronic meetings, every meeting. We have not made it. We have participated, although we haven't always been able to operate. Like right now, we can't get on the camera. We don't know how to do it. But we haven't been poor attendance.
I think she said a mediation was scheduled, sir. Do you recall participating in a mediation regarding this case?
We did, and we tried to get on, and we notified the board, and we received from Laverne, I'm sorry, her last
Just the
name,
one that was Monday.
that it there was no mediation, and that we received the agenda for today. But we were available on Monday at 1:30.
I'm sorry, when was the mediation scheduled for, Ms. Mahmoud?
The mediation was scheduled for this past Monday at 1:30 p.m. The Rippeteaus were not present at the mediation. And again, I believe it may have been, confusion with the link, but mediation was not able to happen this past Monday.
All right. Do the parties
We were
want?
there.
Well, ma'am, you might have been there, but clearly you did not participate in the meeting, ma'am. So, it appears that there were technical issues because the licensee said that we had mediation and you were unable to participate, and I think you stated that you were there. But I guess let me get some clarification. You're saying you were there, so what happened?
We wound up communicating with Ms. Laverne.
Fletcher.
And what did
Ms.
she
Fletcher.
state? And what did she state?
She said, "Pardon my delay in getting back
No,
with
that's
you."
another one.
You can't see us, but Judy's looking on her phone.
She stated that she would get back to us in a moment. And then what happened was we just received the agenda for today.
But I'm saying, so you're saying she said she'll get back to you in a moment. So she did not get back to you, and what?
That's
And
correct. That's correct. We waited to get on. We were
We're
signed in at 1:30 and we couldn't get on, and we emailed and called to say we could not get on. And Ms. Fletcher said she'd be back in a moment, which she never was. So maybe it was a technical glitch, but not on our part, sir.
all right. Well, as I said, ma'am, the licensee was there, and it didn't appear that you were able to participate. What if we can schedule another mediation? I'm sorry, Ms. Mahmoud, if you want to say something, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fletcher has already provided us with a few dates, so hopefully we will be able to reschedule a mediation that won't have the tech glitches.
And Mr. and Mrs. Rapporteur, did you receive the dates from Ms. Fletcher regarding rescheduling the mediation?
Not to our knowledge.
But we think there's something in December,
No.
but we did get a message about this meeting.
No. All right. No. All right. Hold on.
Sir, let me say something. When Ms.
Yes,
Fletcher, I believe that she thought that the announcement for the mediation went to our spam or my husband's spam. But we've never had that happen before with all of these meetings. We've been notified and we've attended. And maybe it did go to spam, but it has never gone to spam before. So I'd like to make sure this next request for a mediation time does not go to any other place other than my husband's email address.
All right.
Yes,
Let me
and-
go ahead. You want to say something, Ms. Mahmoud?
I was just going to say that Mr. Ripatow was on the email with the suggested mediation dates and times.
All right. Are you able? Have you been, Ms. Mahmoud? Have you been able to communicate with the abutting property owners through email?
I have not. We were waiting for mediation to be in
No.
communication.
No, the reason I'm saying it because they're saying they never got the email, so I'm trying to figure out if you can forward.
Absolutely.
All right. Can you please forward? I will have our legal office. I'm sorry. I'll have Miss. All right. I don't know what happened, but I will have Ms. Fletcher send you another email, and I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmoud to also forward that email to you to see if you can receive her email, and so therefore her email hopefully will not fall in the spam. But if the parties truly want to attend mediation, we will do whatever we can do to schedule this, because I'm surprised that you received the notice for this hearing today, and you also receive a notice for the December hearing.
Correct.
We
but
did.
you did not receive the notice for the mediation, or you were unable, and you're participating, although you don't have camera today, but you are participating in this meeting today. So I'm just concerned
But we
why
knew
you were
about-
unable.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we knew about the meeting on Monday. Our problem was we couldn't get on it.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't. I mean, I don't know, and maybe this is something that maybe we need to figure a way, because since everything is done virtually, so we need to figure some way that you're able to participate in this process if the parties really want to. So I think if you look in can you see like the information that's in the chat? I'm talking about the repertoire. There's a message that's placed in the chat. Can you see that?
Yeah, we've just looked at those and I'm scrolling.
No, I'm saying our IT person provided some,
Yes, I see now, sir. Please contact abca.it@dc.gov if you can't log into a hearing.
right. So why don't you, so now you have that information. So you're going to also get the email again regarding the mediation. And if you have any problems, then you have you have an email to contact, and it appears that the licensee wants to participate in mediation. So I would hope that if the parties really want to participate in mediation, that if a mediation is scheduled, that both parties undertake whatever it is to do to make sure that you actually speak. Okay. All right. All right. So let's one more. All right. Let me go back to the
Are we over, or may we make a one last comment?
um. Hold on, sir. We're not over yet, sir. You can't talk substance, but you can talk procedurally. So if you have some procedural issues, you can bring that to the attention. So, but if you want to talk substantively about the case, we do not do that here. So, what is it that you want to say, sir?
We've been loyal customers of Save On Liquors for years.
Is that what you wanted to say, sir?
It's not that we're protesting Save On Liquors.
Hold a minute, Mr. Rapporteur. I'm trying not to. I'm trying for you not to tell us why you're what the concerns are, because this purpose of this hearing is just to set the the protest hearing, and just to hear if you have any procedural issues, as you had stated earlier that you logged on but you're unable to participate. So we're going to try to schedule that, and so we're going to try to reschedule a mediation so you can state what the concerns are, and maybe during the mediation that you and the licensee will be able to solve the problem, because it's my understanding that the licensee was able to agree to a settlement agreement with the ANC, and so and maybe they can share the settlement agreement with you, and maybe you might agree with the settlement agreement and might sign off on the settlement agreement. But so that's still available to you. So when the mediation is rescheduled, then you could have those conversations with the licensee to see if this matter can be resolved.
Sir, I would like to request that my email address be attached to this mediation rescheduling.
Can you put your email address, ma'am, in the chat? And we will make sure that, and can someone please capture that email address so Ms. Fletcher will be aware of this additional email address? And Ms. Mahmoud, I'm asking a whole lot of you, and so I'll just ask, can you just capture the email and ensure that her email address is included in communications, to maybe to facilitate the process, to make sure, because it appears that the licensee is open to settling the issue, and so I'm going to impose on the licensee to do its best effort to ensure that there is conversation with the abutting property owner.
Of course, Mr. Chair, and I have forwarded the email to Mr. Rapito, but I will gladly re-forward it with Mrs. Rapito's email as well.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. If this matter is not, if this matter then is not settled, the protest hearing is scheduled then for December the 11th at 1:30 p.m. Any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, sir.
No, thank you.
I'm sorry, have you ever participated in a protest hearing before?
Never.
All right. I'm going to provide some instructions, and if you have any further questions, but let me read the instructions for you. All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, There are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestants about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony and matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You are also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit forms 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and a copy of the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you are aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You have 1 hour to present your case, and you'll only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. Any questions?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. and Mrs. Rapporteur?
Sir, you said the protest information forms will be sent to us. Is that correct? And we have to go on?
They were sent. If you have not received it, can you please reach out? Who did you receive notice? Who informed you of this hearing?
Either Laverne Fletcher or Miss Goodwin.
All right. We will make sure our legal office, if you have not received the PIP, the instructions to do a PIP, we will provide that information to you, and we'll try to ensure that it's submitted to both email addresses. If you have any questions, you are welcome to contact our legal office, and we can walk you through the process, how to do the PIP if this matter actually goes through a protest hearing. So I would ask that you reach out to our legal office, and we will, hold on, let me see, hold on.
Sir, would that be Kendra Goodwin, Legal Administrative Specialist?
Just hold on 1 minute, please. Yes. So if you have contacted her, if you've been in contact with her, you can reach back out to her, and she will ensure that the instructions and information is provided to you. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No.
All right, if there are no further questions, as I stated before, another mediation will be scheduled. And if I'm hoping that the parties are able to mediate this matter so it can be settled. If not, I will see you at a protest hearing status. I'm sorry, at a protest hearing on December the 11th at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a great day. Thank you.
Did you say 1:30?
Yes.
1:30. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00105, Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 95032. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee, the ANC, and there's an interpreter in this case also.
Sure thing. Johnny Barnes, your access has been elevated. Mark Galvan, your access has been elevated.
Thank you.
Melissa Coughlin, your access has been elevated. And the interpreter, Meskram Balku, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. I need everyone to be on camera. Who are we interpreting for? Who's the licensee in this case? Do we know who the licensee is?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the licensees are,
I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes. I apologize. Is that your client?
yes.
Where is your client plan to be here today?
Well, I spoke with them by phone and they have had some difficulty apparently accessing the link, and they are continuing to try.
All right, Mr. Oriana, can you please once again place the link in the chat for them to access the link? Mr. Barnes, can you please call them to let them know that the login information is provided in the link to see if they can get on, please?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I know they have the login information. And when I spoke to them, they said they just weren't able to get in, but I'll remind them again.
All right, Mr. Barnes, do you want us to move forward without your client? You tell me, what is it that should we wait for your client to get on? So you share with me how you wish for the board to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, feel free to move forward. I can communicate to them, and also the interpreter is here for them.
Well,
and
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, finish.
And can likely be let go if they're not on.
Right. Well, you, Mr. Barnes, on behalf of your client, you must let me know if you want to move forward without your client. I can't make the decision, sir. So I'm asking you what you want me to do. If you want me to wait try to figure out what's going on with your client, I will wait. If you're telling us that we can move forward without your client because you're here ably representing them, the board will move on. So that is your call, sir.
I believe you can move forward, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
they've been trying to get on and haven't been able to for some reason.
All right, Ms. Balku, thank you very much for your appearance today, ma'am. You are no longer needed to be here. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. Mr. Barnes, good morning again. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Barnes, JOHNNY BARNES. I'm counsel for the licensee.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Good morning.
And I think I have to, This is being protested by ANC 5F, is that correct? And who represents the ANC?
I represent the ANC 5F. My name is Mark Galvan, and I'm the 5F04 commissioner.
Can you
for
spell your name for the
5F.
record? Can you please
Yes.
spell your name for the record, sir?
Yes, M-A-R-K, the first name. Last name is Galvan, G-A-L-V as in Victor, A-N.
And I see Miss Melissa Coughlin. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am, and who you are?
Yes, good morning. My name is Melissa Coughlin. It's Melisacouglin, and I am representing the party of 5+ protesting.
Okay, so there are two protestants in this case, the ANC and a group of 5. Okay. All right. Mr. Barnes, I know that your clients are not here. They were expected to be here. You have excused them because they're having some technical issues. Do you have any preliminary matters you wish to bring to the attention of the board?
No preliminary matters, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that we have been engaged in discussions with hopes of entering into a voluntary agreement. Those are ongoing. I think we're not that far apart in terms of where we've come, so it may benefit all if more time is taken for those discussions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Galvan, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, I would agree with Mr. Barnes that we have been in touch and are working on an amicable solution for a settlement agreement to address some of the concerns based on the protest by the ANC. And
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
And sorry, for the record, the ANC resolution 5 for the 5F was passed by a majority of the ANC commissioners, and they did designate me as the ANC representative, even though all the commissioners may not have voted yes on that resolution. It still passed as part of regular work of the commission, just for the record.
And I want to just share with the parties, when we have, if this matter is protested, the agency receives a protest letter from the ANC, and the protest letter states that ANC in this particular case, 5F met on the specific date. It stated that we had a public meeting, we had a public vote, and we in the presence of a quorum, and the ANC voted by a vote of whatever the number is to protest the license. The letter also states that it indicates what commissioners are authorized to represent the ANC at a hearing. And so I just want the public to be aware of that. So everyone is aware that when we have these issues, and I know sometimes commissioners say that I represent ANC for A06 because this is in my single member district or stuff like that, but I just want to let all parties know that these matters are not protested by the single member district. They are protested by the full ANC, and the board will not move forward with a hearing unless we receive a notice signed by the ANC chair stating that we had a public meeting in the presence of a quorum and the ANC voted to protest this matter. So I just want everyone to be aware that is a standard that the board follows. Okay? All right. Any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention, Ms. Coughlin?
No procedural matters at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And also just as an FYI, I want to let a group be aware of that if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the licensee, the group of 5 or more, their protest will automatically fall. And they can sign off on the settlement agreement if they so desire, but the board cannot force the licensee to sign a settlement to have the protestants sign on a settlement agreement with the ANC. But it's just an FYI. I've had many cases where the ANC might have agreed to a settlement agreement and the group does not agree, and then the group will come to us to say that I don't agree with the settlement. I still want to move forward with my hearing. So I just want to let, just to say, as a matter of law, if there's a settlement agreement with an ANC, if there is a group of 5 or more who are also part of it, the case will end because they cannot independently move forward with a protest if the ANC signs a settlement agreement. That is just an FYI. All right. Okay.
Yep, we're aware of that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. If this matter then is not settled, this hearing is scheduled for December the 11th at 1:30 p.m. If the parties want to have future formal mediation, you can reach out to the board. We can settle it. We can schedule that. So if the parties really believe that this matter can be settled, and if the parties require the assistance of the agency, we are open to assist the parties. I recently read the information regarding what's required to have if we move forward to a hearing. I just want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, you need to provide exchange your PIP with the opposing parties and also with the agency. Any questions before bringing this matter to closure?
I would say, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that, and I don't know if Mr. Galvin agrees, but I think we have benefited from the involvement of Ms. Goodwin, and if that could be arranged as we continue to discuss things, that might be helpful.
Well, then I would say that please reach out to Ms. Goodwin, and she will ensure that, and she's part of our legal office, and they will ensure that another mediation is scheduled to see if this matter can be resolved. Okay?
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right. Thank everyone for being here today. I hope this matter is resolved. If not, I will see you on December 11th at 1:30. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. We now move on to our show cause hearing status calendar. And the first case on the show cause hearing status calendar is case number 24 CMP 00035, Marcelino, license number 19120. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Marcelino?
Yes. I wasn't told that this was postponed. Is that?
It says canceled on my end.
Or hold on, please.
But I can elevate.
I have not been informed that this case was canceled. It's on my calendar, and so maybe in this morning in my haste, I overlooked that. But let me make sure that if it's
the parties are here.
For Marcelino?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you can elevate them, please.
Okay. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. Matt Menora, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Let me have Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello and THONY CELO on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Mr. Menorah, identify yourself for the good morning.
Sure. Matthew Menorah, ABC License Counsel for the licensee. MATTHEWMINORA.
Good morning. Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The parties have reached a settlement offer, an OIC in this case. I believe that we are still attempting to complete signature of it, but for practical purposes, this matter will be settled, which I believe is why it was showing as canceled.
Well, Mr. Cello, one of the things that we can do in the old days. If the parties want to settle this case, just tell us what the terms are. The board will vote, we'll consider it, and we can dispense of it right now. So if you share, if you want to share what the terms of the agreement are, we'll put them on the record, and the board will vote whether or not we're going to accept it. We don't have to we don't have to wait for a written offer. We can just go back to the olden days, the way we used to do stuff, unless you have an objection, Mr. Menorah.
No. Other than to say that the offer and compromise that I'm waiting for our client to sign, I think resolves both this case and 24 CMP 00036.
So one of the things that we can do is then just state what the case, if there is an offer and compromise, just state the case numbers, what the terms for each specific cases, and then the board will vote on those cases. So if you have an offer and compromise, Mr. Cello, why don't you put that on the record and the board will consider it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The parties in this case are presenting an offer and compromise on two cases. First, case number 24 CMP 00035 on the sole charge of failure to file a quarterly statement. A $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. This marks an 8th secondary tier violation. And on the second case, 24 CMP 00036, on the first charge of no ABC manager on duty, also an 8th secondary violation. A $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. And on the second charge, failure to post an ABC license, again, an 8th secondary tier violation. A fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. And just in summary, on those two cases, 3 charges, $6,000 total fine.
All right. The first case is 24 CMP 0035. Is that correct? Mr.
That's correct.
Phil? Yes. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Menorah, it's my understanding there's an offer and compromise, and the offer and compromise is as followed. For case number 24 CMP 0035, there is a $2,000 fine payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable within 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. The second case is for case number 24 CMP 00036. There are 2 charges. The first charge, there is a $2,000 fine payable in 30 days. If the fine is not payable within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, there's also a fine of $2,000 payable in 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer and compromise?
Yes, that's correct.
Is your client aware of that? I'm sorry, I have not done it in such a long time. All right, is your client is your client is in agreement with the offer and compromise, sir?
Yes, correct, Mr. Chair.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that this matter cannot be appealed?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. Any questions by anyone regarding the offer and compromise? All right. Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer and compromise in this case be accepted for case number 24 CMP 0035, a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days. If the fine is not paid within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The second case, case number 24 CMP 00036, for charge one, there's a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. And for charge two, there is also a fine of $2,000 payable in 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Board Member Quinn, I second.
Board Member Quinn, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn?
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The board thanks the parties for working this matter out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No need to have to search around for signatures because the offer and compromise have been presented and has been accepted by the board. All right. Thank you, Mr. Menorah. All right. Thank you, the parties for this case. Okay. All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CC 00006, Peacock Liquors, license number 96105. With Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Sure thing. Raj Bamakanti, your access has been elevated. That appears to be alternate.
Do you have a camera, sir, you can activate?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, I can find you. All right. Mr. Sela, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello on behalf of the district, ANTHONYCELO.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Mr. Bamakanti, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Raj Bomakanti, spelled R for Roger, A for Apple, J for John, last name B for boy, O for Oscar, M for Mary, A for Apple, K for King, A for Apple, N for Nancy, T for Tom, I for India, Bomakanti.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Do you need to introduce anyone else, or is that it?
I have my manager next to me, Miss Messi Gabriel Mariam. She's the subject of the fine.
Well, maybe she can. You could have her also identify herself for the record since she's there.
Can you state your name?
My name is Mr. Gabriel Mariam, Meseret, Gabriel Mariam, Geabaliyam, Gabriel Mariam.
All right. Good morning. All right. Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair, I would only note that it appears that the parties will not be able to settle this matter.
All right. Mr. Bamakanti, are there any preliminary matters in this case? Meaning that procedural type of issues, not substantive.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on December the 11th at 10:30 a.m. And so basically what that is, so therefore on this December 11th is when we're going to have a hearing. You can bring your documents and witnesses that you will rely upon to defend you in this case. And so 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. What that means, sir, I know Mr. Sella is aware of that, but for you, if you are gonna, if this matter is not settled and you're gonna challenge this matter at a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, you need to send the government a copy of the witnesses you're going to rely upon and whatever documents you're going to rely upon, and the government will also provide you a copy of their witnesses and their documents, and both parties are required to also share a copy of those documents with our agency. Any questions, sir? Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just want to, I'm a little confused. We are not contesting the charges, Your Honor. We are asking for leniency.
But you can do that at that. You can't do that at this proceeding. This
Okay.
proceeding is just preliminary.
Okay.
And so if you are, and so at that hearing, then you can make those arguments. Why is it that? So if at the hearing, that's when you can present arguments to state yes or no. Yes, we believe that we commit the violation, but for these reasons, the board, the licensee is asking the board to either find us innocent, not fine us, and present evidence and testimony why the board should provide leniency to you. Okay, see, but that's when you'll do that at the hearing that we're going to have on December the 11th at 10:30 a.m.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Prior to my question or request for explanation, you read out a detailed thing either to the attorney or myself. I didn't quite understand. Is that the one that you just mentioned is a summary of what you just said earlier, Your Honor?
Yeah. Well, for this particular case, if you're talking about what I said for the earlier cases,
No.
for this case, for this case, just 7 days before the hearing.
Okay.
So 7 calendar days before the hearing, you are supposed to send if you're going to call witnesses. So, for example, if you're going to call this manager as a witness, you need to send a piece of paper to both the government and to also the agency to say at the hearing, I'm going to call myself as a witness, and I'm also going to call the manager as a witness. And if you have any documents, you also need to share those documents that you're going to rely upon at the hearing.
If the documents are already included in the case, I don't have to resubmit them. Is it correct, Your Honor?
If they're part of the case report, no, you don't have to. But if it's documents that are not a part of the agency's records, then yes. So if the documents if you're going to rely on documents that are not already a part of the agency's records, but so you could state that you're going to rely upon the case report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State that, but just make sure, sir, that if you're going to call her as a witness, you list on the piece of paper, you list who the witnesses are, and if you need any information about how to do this, you can reach out to our legal office, and we can provide some guidance to you how to do this, or if you have any confusion.
Yeah, Your Honor. Lastly, she was the subject of the undercover underage selling. Since her name is listed in the file,
you still
is she
have
still
to.
a witness?
I'm sorry, you said what, sir?
Oh, since she is the subject of the underage selling, is she still considered as a witness and I need to submit her name?
Yes, sir. Because we don't know that you're going to call her as a witness.
Okay.
So yes, you need to when you do this document, you need to identify her
Okay.
as the witness you are planning to call, and if you're going to call any other person in your establishment as a witness.
Great. And that submission can be made anytime between now and up to 7 days prior to the hearing?
As long as it's done to us 7 days prior to the hearing, you can do it today.
Okay.
As long as it's done 7 days prior to the hearing, you're fine, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So as I said before, this matter is scheduled for the hearing on December the 11th at 10:30, and the parties are reminded that 7 days prior to the hearing, they must disclose documents and witnesses that they're going to rely upon. Okay? All right. Thank you very much, sir. You have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's it for me today.
And thank you, sir. You have a great day. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00013, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 93572. This case has been canceled. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the case by the government. See board order number 2024-804. Okay. The next case on our calendar, it's a fact-finding here in case number 24251 00036 Cafe 8, license number 77797. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Elif Sam, your access has been elevated. 1 second. There we go. And investigator Kevin Hall, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, hold on, please. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. I'll start with the investigator.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Kevin Hall, KevinHall. I'm with the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
Good morning, Mr. Hall. And Ms. Sam, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Yes, sir. My name is Elif Sam, ELIF. Last name is Sam. I'm the general manager of the company, and also it's a family business. And I'm also a manager in the establishment as well.
And are you on the license, ma'am, as an owner?
No, I'm not. I'm here behalf of my father because of the language barrier. I asked the permission to be attend behalf of him.
So you did provide the agency something in writing where he has identified you as a person to represent him at this hearing.
Yes, sir. Through the email, when they emailed me, and we were, I think it was Miss, and we were emailing for them back, and I mentioned, and she said, no problem. You have the permission to attend.
All right. Now, this is a fact-finding hearing. A fact-finding hearing basically is that the board has not made any determination. We receive a letter from the chief of police. I think this was on August 26th to say an incident occurred at your establishment. The chief of police asked that we schedule a fact-finding hearing. And so what the board is doing here today is just gather information. The parties are not sworn in because this is informal. So none of the parties are sworn in today. The board will will have the investigator present his report if he wrote a report. You can ask, the board will ask questions of the investigator regarding his report. You can also ask the investigator questions about the report, and if you have a statement that you wish to make, you can so make that statement. The board will then decide what further action, if any, it will take. These are the actions that the board can take. the board can determine that we're not going to take any further action and the case is over, or the board might decide that based on what we heard today, we believe that a violation of the law occurred, and so we would then forward this case to the Office of the Attorney General for them to determine if they have enough information to have a show cause hearing. So those are the options. So that's where we are today. So as I stated before, this hearing is informal, and we are just gathering information about exactly what happened. Okay? All right, let's see. So, Mr. Hall, again, state your name for the record, sir.
Kevin Hall.
And where
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're ready to spell your name. And where are you currently employed, sir?
The Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
And how long have you been working for the agency?
Approximately 10 months.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
To conduct inspections and investigation on ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with Cafe 8?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Cafe 8?
On August 24th, we was called by MPD for assistance at Cafe 8. It was a shooting. So me and lead investigator Vanessa Playtest responded to the establishment.
And so, what is it that I'm sorry? You said we were called. Called by whom?
I'm sorry, it was MPD.
What's MPD?
Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. And so, tell us what it is that once you showed up, what it is that you found out, the agency found out.
So upon my arrival, we met with manager Sam Haroon, who stated
Can you spell that last name, please?
Harun.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, he stated at approximately about 2:15 they was closing for the evening when an unknown patron ran into the establishment saying that he had just been shot and they called 911. Once the victim was in the establishment, they called 911, and approximately, say about 10 minutes later, EMS and 911 arrived. I conducted a regulatory inspection while I was there, and lead investigator Vanessa Playtez, she tried to review footage from that evening, but the manager was showing the footage on his cell phone and was kind of choppy and was freezing, so we wasn't able to get footage at that time. So we requested that the owner provide us footage within the 48 hours. I spoke with probably a day or two later. I spoke with Miss Elif, and she provided me all the footage that was needed for this case.
And so, what is it that you were able to ascertain?
So I actually spoke with the victim. The victim stated to me at approximately between 11 and 12 o'clock hours. He arrived at Cafe 8. He was in there for approximately 30 minutes and he departed. He stated before he went inside Cafe 8, he was out there with an unknown group that they were smoking and drinking with. And when they decided to go into Cafe 8, they went into Cafe 8 and the unknown group went somewhere else. After he departed from Cafe 8, he stated he was outside drinking and smoking for approximately about 45 minutes after he left the establishment when that unknown group returned. He said that he got into it with the group of females, and he drew a drink in her face. After he drew the drink in her face, he was hit by unknown male. He turned around to square up with the individual, and that's when the shots ran off. And he stated he ran back into Cafe 8. So when I also was looking at the video footage, I did not see him inside Cafe 8. I guess because the video footage was kind of choppy. It was kind of like missing minutes here and there. I wasn't able to see him in there at all.
So were you able to ascertain whether or not this licensee was at fault in the sense that their procedures.
No, no, not at all. I only saw the victim run in when he stated he got shot. I never saw him in the establishment prior to when he said he was in there.
All right. So what you said you'd ask for video footage. So you asked for footage for what period of time?
From I think 10:30 till about 3 a.m.
And what time did the shooting occur?
I would say approximately like around 2 a.m. because he ran, or 2:10 because he ran into the establishment approximately like 2:15, 2:16 hours.
And you're saying you looked at the footage from 10 till, and you didn't see the victim in the establishment?
No, I didn't see him at all, although he stated he was in the establishment for approximately 30 minutes and he was wearing a bright yellow shirt and I still couldn't see him.
So outside of the victim just running in the establishment, as he states, for shelter, there's, to the best of your knowledge, there's no connection between this victim and the establishment?
No, not to my knowledge.
And did you say, you stated that they provided you the camera footage within the statutory period?
Yes. Oh.
Just one additional question. Did you you conducted a regulatory inspection? Mr. Hall, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Hold on. Let me see. Can you see me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. And did you at any point find any violations by the licensee?
No, no violations. The only thing I noticed was the camera system. It was Miss Sam stated it runs off Wi-Fi and it's motion sensor. So that was causing a little bit of problems by it skipping minutes. So I might have missed that individual coming in here and there, but no other ABRA violations.
Okay. Any questions by any board member of the investigator? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, Mr. Hall, did the camera have a timestamp on it?
Yes, the camera had a timestamp. The camera timestamp lined up with the actual time.
Thank you. No more further questions. Thank you.
You are.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Ms. Sam, do you have any questions of the investigator?
I would like to thank you, everyone, and also Mr. Hall. As I promised, I updated the camera system. We are installing. It started a week ago. We're gonna have like 32 of them, include the outside vision as well.
Okay.
So I'm very happy with that too. But I would like to thank you.
All right, so you have no questions for Mr. Hall, is that
No,
correct, ma'am?
sir.
All right, thanks. All right, so tell me, ma'am, from your perspective, what happened? From the perspective of the establishment.
From my side, exactly how Mr. Hall described it, it's actually almost 100%. I mean, it's all right. That's exactly what happened around like 2:15 or 2:16-ish because it was on the camera as well. The victim was running inside and he's stating and he is yelling that he's being shot and he needs help. And employees, we were already closed and door was closed as well. Nobody was inside of the establishment when he was run in. Clearly, probably he think that we were the only light on place on the street, so he could have come and asked for help. And we did, we called, as Mr. Hall described, we look at the cameras. Yes, he did have a bright yellow shirt on. We couldn't see it. I spoken with the security as well. I mean, I showed them this footage. They haven't really noticed that he wasn't there, but we don't know if he was stated, but everything was exactly how Mr. Hall speak on it. So it was exactly how he described.
You made some mention of updated cameras. Can you tell us what
Of
it is that,
course.
yes?
So because of the financial situations, we had the cameras running through the iCloud system with the Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, buildings and the wiring is very old. Sometimes it goes on and off, depends on the storm, rain, or even weather. So we just updated. We just recently purchased and pretty much paid way higher price, but it's going to be about like 30 to 32 cameras, and we will be having cameras outside as well, and they will run through the hard drive, not with the Wi-Fi.
And again, the board cannot order you to do anything at a fact-finding hearing, but we could ask, and you could agree or disagree. Would you agree for one of our investigators to come and give you some suggestions on camera angles and just a walkthrough to make sure that there are no dead spots available based on this new camera that you're going to be installing?
Of course, definitely. And also, I am working with the company. They have a plan for me. They plugged every single angle that camera can see. I can provide it them also, but also I would love to have them. No problem with me as well.
All right, so
No problem.
we will the agency will do a walkthrough to look at
Of course.
your camera angles. And are you aware that or the statute also requires that if you have cameras that they have to record for at least 30 days?
Yes. So on the hard drive, I believe they can go through 15 days. It depends of how wide are the hard drives are. I can try to, I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I can extend maybe or buy additional hard drive to do like extended 30 days.
Uh,
I think camera system usually erases itself like after 15 days or something.
the requirement, ma'am, is that it has to record and keep the information for 30 days. Because if you have the cameras and if an incident occurs and if the agency comes to you and if your camera does not record for 30 days, that might possibly be a violation. So since you're getting a new system, it needs to have the ability to record for 30 days.
Yes, sir. No problem. I'll work on it and I will buy additional hard drive to make sure it won't erase 15 days.
All right. So the only agreement that we have today is that you're agreeing that the agency will come to do a walkthrough to advise you on camera placement to ensure that there are no dead spots within the establishment. All right.
Yes, sir.
Any other statement you want to make before I bring closure to this matter?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. We'll take this matter under advisement, as I stated before. The options that the board has, it's to state that there. I'm sorry. Do you have a question, Ms. Quinn?
Yes, I wanted to know if you were going to call for board member questions.
No, I'd ask that, man.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you asked that for questions of the investigator, not of this witness.
Oh, all right. Any questions? I apologize. Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yes. So Miss, sorry, Miss Sam? Yes, Miss Sam. Have you looked into any potential options for assistance in terms of the cost? I know you mentioned that as an issue from the district, or whether you might qualify for one of the rebate programs for businesses that install cameras of this sort.
No, I didn't even know about that.
Okay, I just will offer that you should Google that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions by any of the board? Yes, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, I wanted to echo Commissioner Quinn. You can get up to a $750 rebate, but there are contingencies you would have to share with the Metropolitan Police Department to have access to your cameras. That is an option that you may look into. I would recommend you reach out to Councilmember Charles Allen, who sponsored that legislation, and you can reach his office 724-8000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, hearing none, the board will take this matter under advisement. As I stated before, the options are the board will decide that we'll either take no further action or we'll refer this matter over to the Office of the Attorney General for further investigation. Okay, ma'am? Thank you very much for your attendance this morning. Mr. Hall, have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much.
Bye. All right. All right, so the last case on our calendar this morning is the fact-finding hearing on Ethel Japan Market, license number 130386. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Ms. Shrek Gabrahivwat, your access has been elevated. There was an Amy here, but she's no longer here.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? This is
Good.
Awit. This is my auntie, Misrak Gabrahiwat, and we're at the shop right now.
All right,
How you all doing?
so can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Sure. First name D as a David, A as an apple, W as a watch, I as an ice cream, T as a Tom. Last name M as Mary, U as an umbrella, L as Larry, U as an umbrella, G as George, E as Edward, T as a Tom, A as an apple. That's me, and my auntie is Misrak Gabrayot. M as Mary, I as an ice cream, R as Robert. I'm sorry, M as Mary, I as an ice cream, S as Sam, R as Robert, A as apple, K as kangaroo. Gabrayot, G as George, E as Edward, B as a boy, R as Robert, E as Edward, H as Hank, I as an ice cream, W as a watch, O as an Oscar, T as a Tom. And we also have Amy. She is down.
Yeah, hi, good morning. My name is Amy. I am a family member of Ethio-Japanese market. I don't know if you are able to hear me or see me.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you, ma'am. So I need you to spell your name for the record.
Sure, it's AMY, and then last name is SOLOMON.
Good morning. Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Skell, can you just pronounce your last name for me, please, sir?
My last name is Mulugeta.
Mulugeta. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Mulugeta, you have applied for, let me see, there's a fact finding here because you have applied for a new Class B full service grocery store. Do you currently have an alcohol license?
Yes, I'm sorry if I may
I'm,
answer
I'm
this.
sorry, who is speaking? I mean, all right, who's gonna speak here?
Mr. Donovan, so me, I'll be helping interpreting my auntie, but Emmy and my auntie knows well about the situation, so I'm just helping them to interpret the whole thing. That's all.
All right, so who's Miss Sullivan? Miss Solomon, who are you in the sense of are you on the license? Who are you?
I am not on the license. I'm just helping out. I'm from the Mayor's Office of Commission Affair, and also I'm a family member of Ms. Rag.
Well, the
Ms.
reason
Rag-
the reason I'm asking, ma'am, I'm trying to
Mhm.
find out when we have these hearings, we have the licensee speak.
Yeah.
And so are you the representative of the licensee? So are you speaking on behalf of the licensee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I want to clear. So you
Okay.
then are the one who's speaking on behalf of the application.
Correct.
All right. All right. So can you explain to me, all right, so is there a current license in this alcohol license in this business?
It doesn't, the current one, the Mita Japanese market is not, it doesn't have any license, but she also owns another business literally next to it. And she does have full liquor license for the restaurant. Like she has a tavern license.
Okay, so you're saying that, so what is there a relationship between the both business? You said the owner she has a business next to her that she operates a tavern. So is this a separate building or is it separate or do they share an entrance or is it a separate building?
They do share the wall, not really the entrance. The entrance has they both restaurant and supermarket have their own separate entrance.
Okay, so explain to me the
Mhm.
supermarket.
Mhm.
Tell me about the supermarket.
So it will be Ethiopian and Japanese market, basically. Like they will have products from both countries, and also like vegetables, like common, use of like products like milk, cheese, vegetables, soft drinks, and things like that nature.
I need you to be more specific. I mean, you're saying you're a supermarket, so tell me specifically what it is that the supermarket is going to sell.
Okay, so in one section, we'll have dry, like, an example of like rice, pasta, um, like quinoa and things like that nature, like lentils and split peas, like dried split peas and things like, which is like that's what use Ethiopian cooking that we use for. And then you have that one, and then also on the other section, oil and vinegar and things like that nature. And then another section would be cleaning supplies, like just a basic cleaning supply, because the store is not big, therefore we're using like very limited products. And then we have fridge that that holds like eggs, milk, cheese, yogurt, and that nature. And then we also have a non-dairy product like soy milk or almond milk, and what else do we have? And those things
If
are. Come again?
Mr. Donovan, if you allow me to say a couple of things, we have, since her husband, Ms. Raka is my auntie, since her husband is Japanese, so they both have different things to sell, starting from desserts, Japanese caramels, and Ethiopian crisps. I can, in front of my face, I can see tempura, uh, Japanese mayo, Japanese wasabi, soy sauce, miso soup, curry, and also some noodles and rice crackers, and also different desserts on the freezer, um, and also like and what else?
Probably tomatoes and
Yeah.
like green pepper and jalapeno and things like that. I think it's in the other
And
fridge.
also Ethiopian products include
Well, why don't you?
we have the
I'm
Ethiopian.
sorry. Hold on. I want when you're speaking, identify yourself for the record. And since you're in the store,
Sorry.
tell me what you're looking at.
All right.
I guess one of the beauty, you're in the store while we're doing this
Yeah.
hearing. So you're saying that you operate a grocery store. So tell me what you have in your grocery store.
Sure. So right behind me, you can see the Jetta crisp. We have like a garlic and sea salt crisp, Jetta spicy crisp, and down here we have, for example, Ethiopian tea. We have spices, different kinds of spices, and behind me we have different kinds of cookies. That can be used like a cheese with cheese and like huh? Hummus and all that. So yeah, and then we on this side we have different kinds of cookies as well. And right in front of me, I see wasabi flavored peas. If you want me to turn
Sure.
the
That's
yeah.
one of the beauty. You're in your store, and so you want to you're convincing the board that this is a supermarket. So
Yeah, so here like we have the Japanese style curry sauce.
you're too far from the speaker, sir. I can't hear you.
Sorry, so if here we do have the wasabi golden curry, like Japanese style curry sauce. We have togarashi, that's spices, like one of the Japanese spices here. What else? Another spice is hondashi, that's also another Japanese spice. We have the Japanese matcha green tea. Um, and if you want me to show you right here, we have different products like shrimp and vegetables, gyros.
No, I can't hear you. I can't. You're too far from the speaker, so I can't hear you.
I apologize. So we do have gyoza, dumplings, and
You're still too far, sir. I can't hear you.
I apologize. Okay, I'm right next to it, but then uh, so yeah, so we do have yakisoba, which is a famous noodles. Um, so those are the main things that we have currently. And we do also have ice creams like this, matcha green tea ice cream. It's called mochi. It's famous in Japan. And we also have soft drinks like ramune and all that. And as I said, these are the desserts, like the rice crackers. Uh, Another rice cracker. Oh, oops. It's called nori maki. Yeah. So we have a lot of them. Gummy candies, the Japanese one. Um, and in Ethiopia, we don't have a lot of desserts and sweets. I mean, not a lot. Currently, we don't have a lot of them, but we do have mitmita, the spice. Um, if you ever had a Ethiopian food, definitely that's a spicy thing. You'll have it in your food. And we do have Ethiopian tea, uh, so appreciated by the neighbors here. We do have Ethiopian coffee as well. And yep, and Ethiopian coffee. So that's
But
basically it.
what about fresh fruit and vegetables? You have do you
Yes,
sell fresh fruits and vegetables?
sure. We do have it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
She's on the way grabbing them. So she also sells fresh tomatoes.
And the
What else?
spinach.
I'm
We
sorry.
have spinach as well, fresh tomato
I
salad.
can't hear, sir.
Oh, sorry. We do have fresh tomatoes. salad, onions, and spinach as well.
Avocados. Mhm.
Yeah. And also, zucchini, oh,
Zucchini, that's what it
cucumbers,
is. Yeah.
cucumbers, peppers. We do have eggs, yogurt.
What
Yeah, you
about
can bring.
do you have any fresh and uncooked meats, poultry, seafood?
It's all frozen, those ones, and then as I
Yeah, we do have frozen one. You can bring fish. Frozen.
Frozen what?
Let me grab it for you and then show it to you exactly. But then about someone's butt? Huh? Yeah, eel? Yeah, so this is, whoa, I apologize. This is Japanese sauced frozen roasted eel fish.
But you have frozen food. You don't have any fresh or uncooked meats, poultry, or seafood?
Since we recently opened the market, we haven't really uh, brought them up, but then eventually we definitely will have um,
Have what?
fresh, yeah.
Tell me, what is it that you plan to have?
Like fresh fish. Usually we use it for sushi and all that. Since in the cafe they sell sushi for the customers.
So so I need you to tell me. I mean, what is it that what are you gonna have as far as fresh or uncooked meats, poultry, and seafood? I need to find out what it is that what this business plan to sell.
Oh, she's saying she also have a chicken. That's what she's selling. And as I said,
What kind of
since
chicken? What type of chicken is she selling?
chicken no, Mister. Chicken no shinach. Frozen no. Uh, kind of frozen chicken. Fresh chicken. I apologize. Yeah, like they also sell like chicken and about what I mentioned.
What is that you're
Huh?
showing us, sir? What is that? What is being shown to us?
Oh no, I'm just showing you that she also sell chicken products.
No, what is that? That's what I'm trying to say. Tell me what it is, sir. We have a court reporter, so tell me what you're showing us a product online. Tell me what that is.
That's a refrigerated chicken.
Chicken parts? Is it?
Yes. Yes.
Is it cooked or uncooked?
Uncooked. No. Uncooked.
All right. What type of dairy products you said that milk and cheese. So what type of canned goods do you? What type of canned goods do you guys is offered in the establishment?
What kind of goods?
Dry goods.
Yeah, we do have like example canned tuna. We do have sardines. What else? We have canned wasabi peas, things that I can see right here, right in front of me. Leila, انت نو تشالوش بس اسا مشيتو نظر. Yeah. Yeah, those are the main things that we have currently. But for the holiday, we're planning to, huh? Oh, like, do you consider canned drinks as well? I
I'm
don't know,
asking
sodas.
you. You tell me what you have.
Yeah, canned sodas. So like royal milk tea. We have strawberry milk. This are Japanese products as well.
All right. So do you sell baked goods?
Yes, actually they
Yes,
do.
yes, we do. We do sell baked goods. Yes.
I'm talking about in the grocery? You sell baked goods? Not in the grocery.
Baked goods ትሸጫለሽ? Well, if we consider like cookies as baked goods, yeah, we do sell baked goods, cookies. We have panettone. What else?
And then the one that
we
you also bake in the from the restaurant, you guys selling it also in the shop, no?
Yeah,
This is Amy.
yeah. So her husband, he also makes Japanese style cookies. He cooks or bakes Japanese style cookies as well for the market.
So how large is how large is the store? How many square feet?
This is Amy. I believe the top floor it might be like 900 square. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, let me take that back. I believe it's 600 square feet, and the bottom might be the same. It has like a basement level as well.
So approximately how many square
I,
feet?
I would, I would, sure. I
Go
would
ahead.
say about 1100.
So, so all right. So you're saying
Mhm.
approximately how many square feet of the area is dedicated to the sale of food and beverage food.
Are you talking about a customer can act where they can access for accessible to the customer?
I mean, approximately how many square feet of the store is dedicated to the sale of the food categories?
11. So the basement is just a storage, so nobody has access but the staff. But the top floor, which is about 600 square feet, that's accessible to the customer.
Any questions by any board members? And anything else you want? Why you applying for a Class B liquor license?
May I answer or no?
Whoever
She
wants.
she wants.
I'm sorry. Hold
Sure.
on a minute. Hold on. Whoever is going to speak, just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Misrad. I'm an owner of the cafe and the shop too. But I cannot speak English well, so is it okay to explain to him in Amharic?
Fine, and then the person can tell us in English. Yes.
እንደምትለው ዋናው ነገሩ ምንድን ነው? እዛ አሁን ሊከር ላይሰንስ ከሰጡኝ በኋላ ብዙ ከስተመሮች ሱሺ ይዘው ይሄዳሉ እና ሲሄዱ እንትን ይፈልጋሉ፣ መጠጦች ይፈልጋሉ። ይሄ ሳፖሮ እሸጣለሁ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ቢራ እሸጣለሁ እና የጃፓኒዝ የሆኑ ድሪንኮች ዛኞች ስላሉኝ ያንን መጠጥ ይዘን እንሂድ ሲሉኝ ያው ላይሰንስ ስለሌለኝ አይቻልም ማለት መሸጥ አልችልም እላቸዋለሁ እና
So, from what she grabbed from her customers or heard from her customers, they sell a large amount of sushi platters. And then customers, whenever they stop by, they would like to have Ethiopian liquor or Ethiopian beer or Japanese beer. So they would like to have Ethiopian or Japanese beer or drinks. So based on that, since we were not able to sell it to our customers, we would like to acquire that currently, or we're asking for that purposes. And we had a lot of requests, honestly. And then if you can see our Google reviews, that tells you like how our customers really enjoy the presence of the cafe and would love to have different stuff that comes from those countries, and and basically that's it.
All right, so what would be the relationship then between the grocery and the cafe?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to interpret it for my auntie now. የሁለቱ ካፌውና ግሮሰሪው እንዴት ነው የሚሰሩት አንድ ላይ?
No, the question is የሁለቱ የካፌውና የሱፐርማርኬቱ አንድ ላይ ግንኙነታቸው ምንድን ነው? in terms of like I guess community serve የሚያደርጉት እንዴት ነው ነው መሰለኝ ጥያቄው አይደለም እንዴ ዴቪዬ?
Mr. Donovan, are you? Can you repeat the question more
I'm
specifically?
asking,
Sorry.
is there any relationship between the cafes? You said that she owns a cafe next door, so will there be any relationship between the cafe next door and this grocery store if a license would be granted?
ገብቶሃል አሁን ጥያቄው? Sorry, this is Amy speaking. I'm trying to translate.
ምንድን ነው
የሚጠይቅሽ ያለው የሱፐርማርኬቱ እና የሬስቶራንቱ ምንድን ነው ግንኙነቱ? ሁለታችሁም የቤቱ ባለቤቶች የሁለቱም ቦታ ባለቤት ናችሁ። ነገር ግን አንቺ ግንኙነት እኔ ከኔ አንደርስታንድ የማደርገው የአንቺ ግንኙነት የሁለቱ ብዙ ሰዎች ይጠይቁሻል የጃፓኒዝን ፕሮዳክት ነው ኢትዮጵያን የለም እዛ አካባቢ ስለሌለ በጣም ስለሚጠይቁሽ ነው ያንን መልሰሽ የከፈትሽው አይደለም? አይደለም? እሱን ነው ትራንስሌት የምታደርግላት።
ኦኬ
ሁሉም ሰው ስለሚጠይቀኝ ነው። ያው ሁሉም ሰው ምግቡን ሲወስዱ ያንን መጠጥ የጃፓን የምንሰራው ስራ የጃፓንና ኢትዮጵያ ስለሆነ የሚጠጡትን ነገር አብሮ ምግብ ሲያዙ ይዘውን እንሂድ ነው የሚሉኝ እና ለዛ ነው።
Well, so I guess both shops, the reason we end up even creating the shop is customers really ask us what products that they have, what we have based on like Japanese products, also Ethiopian products, and then the inquiry from our customers led us to maybe get a store where we could provide customers whatever they would like, what they would like to have. And as I said, really, we have a lot of inquiry from our customers, and that pushed us to open this shop. So our cafe was opened about 3 years ago, and we just recently applied for the store and to be able to open the store. And the inquiry really pushed us to get all the products that both Japan and Ethiopia could give to customers. So we're basically answering the questions of the customers here.
All right. Any questions before bringing this matter to closure? Mr. Grant, any questions?
Just one quick question. Thank you all for being here, by the way. In terms of feedback from potential customers, in the event that you all move forward with the application and there is any sort of resistance from the ANC or another party, are the folks that you've talked to prepared to come and testify in support of what you have going on?
Yeah, this is Amy speaking. She just received a liquor license very recently, maybe like about 6-7 months ago, maybe. And they're very supportive, and the neighborhood are very supportive of her getting a liquor license for sure. I don't think that would be a difficulty to get that, their support.
No further questions.
Any other questions by any board members? All right. Thank you for any final comments you want to make before I bring this matter to closure? No? I'm talking to the applicant.
Mr. Donovan, if you allow us, we'll love you to be here and then maybe taste our sushi and injera as well. We'd love to invite you.
All right. Well, thank you for presenting today. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we will let you know what further action, if any, we will take regarding your application. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
Bye bye. All right. Thank you. Okay, we've now concluded our morning agenda. It is I think we're gonna what I'm gonna do is let me see how many agenda items, how long the rest of our agendas are gonna take. Let's see. Let's just do I'm gonna do the licensing agenda, and once I do the licensing agenda, then we're gonna take a break, because I think we need to have these decisions publicized as quickly as possible. All right, so we're gonna do the licensing agenda first. Okay, then we're gonna take a break. Let's see. All right. So we're going to address our licensing agenda for the day. The first matter on what I'm going to do is that there are 9 agenda items on the licensing agenda. I'm going to go through all 9. I'm going to make the recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'm going to ask the board to vote to approve the recommendations of the chair on the licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening. This is for DT Market, license number 127407. The recommendation from the chair is that we'll approve that one. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for the City Tavern Club, license number 000801. Recommendation approval through May 31st, 2025. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Papaneras Champagne and Dessert Bar, license number 126663. The recommendation we approve through March 31st, 2025. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Smoking Pig, license number 104866. Recommendation approved through March 31st, 2025. Number 5, review request to extend the Summer Garden and Sidewalk Cafe of Business. This is for Henceforth DC, license number 129163. A recommendation placard. Number 6, review request to remove the Game of Skills endorsement from Henceforth DC, license number 129163. Recommendation approval. Number 7, review request to approve to provide a gift of prepared food samples that doesn't exceed $500 in value to the new congressional liquor. The request is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Approval. Number 8, review request for approval to provide a gift of Soon Harry fridge that doesn't exceed $500 in value. This is for Republic National Distribution Company, license number 076499. Recommendation approval. And number 5, review request to approval of the pool buying group to include the following licenses: Farmers and Distillers, found in the Spirits Distillery, found in Farmers, Fishers, Bakers, and the request has been made from Farmers Pool Buying Group, license number SC01066, and the recommendation is approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the recommendation made by the chair on the licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Vote, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Miss Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Ms. Janice, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's do our supplemental licensing agenda. On our supplemental licensing agenda, there are two agenda items. I'll review them and I'll give the recommendation, and then I ask that the board approve the recommendation of the chair. Number one, review of architectural floor plans for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is Capital Grocer, license number 130243. Recommendation of placard. And number two, review application for the involuntary transfer into safekeeping. This is for DeVar Family Trust, license number 106099, recommendation approval. I make a motion that the ABC Board approve the supplemental license agenda and the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Ms. Janice, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're going to review the notice of vacate, cease and desist, and cancellation agenda. On this agenda, there are 9 items. I will review all 9 names, and at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC Board vote to confirm the recommendations that are made by the chair for this agenda. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist or cancel previously issued on October 23rd and October 30th. Number 1, Rainbow Market Beer and Wine Grocery Market, license number 118468. The licensee paid the 30-year payment on October 3rd. Number 2, Hirara Kampamala, license number 124137. The licensee paid the 3-year payment on October 3rd. 1831 Bar and Lounge, license number 116855. Licensee paid the 3rd-year annual payment on October 25th. Mom's Organic Market, license number 094996. The licensee paid the 2nd-year annual payment on October 28th. The Roasted Boone Company, license number 116937. The licensee paid the 3rd-year payment on October 28th. The Groove Lounge, license number 122135. The licensee paid the 3rd-year annual payment on 10/31. Bronze DC, license number 121843. Licensee paid the annual payment on the 3rd-year payment 11/1/24. Smoking Pig, license number 104866. Safekeeping license applied to extend safekeeping on 11/29/24. And number 9, Expat, license number 119955. The licensee paid the 3rd-year annual payment on 11/5/24. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vote to vacate the cease and desist and cancellation orders agenda for November 6, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Ms. Janice, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do the cancellation agenda. The ABC, on the cancellation agenda, there are 7 licensees. I'm going to review all 7 names, and I'll make a motion that the ABC Board cancels these licenses, and I'll ask that the board adopt the recommendation of the chair. Number one, Moon Sports Bar, license number 124475, licensee is out of business. Foxtrot, license number 122567, licensee out of business. McIntyre's Pub, license number 096643, licensee out of business. Foxtrot, license number 115705, licensee out of business. Jamaica, license number 117384, licensee out of business. Smoke Smackin' Restaurant and Lounge, license number 118127, licensee out of business. Pop Social, license number 112530, licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board cancels those licenses. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're going to now do the cancellation agenda for Class B licenses. On this agenda, there are 9. I'm going to read all 9 names in the record, and at the end, I'll ask that the ABC Board approve the recommendation of the chair to cancel these licenses. Number 1, it's Foxtrot, license number 116871. The licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 2, Foxtrot, license number 119162. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 3, Foxtrot, license number 120197. Licensee did not pay the annual payment. Foxtrot, license number 121302. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 5, Foxtrot, license number 122565. The licensee did not make the second year annual payment. Number 6, Mason and Green's, license number 123414. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 7, Foxtrot, license number 124610. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 8, 1107, license number 126821. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. Number 9, DMV Convenience Store, license number 127876. Licensee did not pay the second year payment. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board cancel the licenses that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do the cancellation agenda for the Retail Taverns nightclub. I make a moment that ABC cancels the licenses that are listed on the cancellation agenda for the Retail Taverns nightclub as published for November 6, 2024 without objection. Is there a second?
So moved.
Sorry.
Mr. Meadows and Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I'm used to having 3 members. I apologize. All right. I make a motion without objection that ABC Board approves the licensing administrative docket that was published for November 6, 2024 without objection. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's do the medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 4 agenda items on this agenda. I'm going to review the names and with the recommendation, and at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC Board approve the recommendations of the chair. This is the conditional applications. Number 1, review of request to convert social equity conditional retail license to conditional internet retail license. This is for GVN3 LLC. License number 128870. The recommendation is that we deny this request because the time frame to find a suitable location has not expired. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional internet retail license. This is for DAPI Corp. License number 128430. This recommendation denies the request. The application failed to provide the required documentation. Standard application number 3, review of social equity application for retail license Stoner DC LLC. License number 128737. The application failed to provide the required documents. The recommendation denied. And the recommendation is to deny this request. Request is number 4, review of extension request for additional 180 days for unlicensed operator retail license. This is for DC Capital Connect LLC. This is moot because the licensee has withdrawn the recommendation. I therefore make a motion, therefore, that the ABC Board approves the recommendations made by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda for November 6th, 2024. Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And I make a motion without objection that ABC Board approves the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. There are 6 applicants on this docket without objection. I move that ABC Board approve this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Ms. Jennison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I'm trying to get through. And let's do the medical. It's a supplemental medical cannabis licensing agenda. There's one applicant on this agenda, review request for product approval with brand packaging and design for Fido cultivation, license number 125104. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Ms. Jennison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our last licensing agenda for the morning, this is the alcohol beverage, the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 8 licensees. I'm going to read the names, the applicant, the category, the date, the license number, and the attendees. And at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations as made by the board, by the chair. So number 1, a request from Jenna Smith for one-day license class F, a reception. This is November 13th, the license number 130536, 50 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, a request from Lars A. Flores Abrego, Abrego, for one-day license class F, baby shower, on November 16th, license number 130552, 65 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval, both are for approval. Number 3, a request from Yordanas, that's his first name, Gerber Mescal, Gebremeskel, for one-day license class G, community fundraiser, November 16th. The license number 130546, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Approval. Number 4, a request from Steve Bilides, one-day license class G, Axios News Media event, November 13th, license number 130556, 125 attendees, 5 security guards. Approval. Number 5, a request from F1 Arcade, a one-day substantial change for the F1 Las Vegas Grand Prix substantial change to extend hours of operation to 4:30 a.m. Alcohol sales service will cease at 3 a.m. This is November 23rd. The license number 129164, substantial change license 24SC01097, approval. Number 6, a request from DC Cantor, a one-day substantial change, tasting event, substantial change to allow customers to sample up to 25 wines. This is November 16th. The license number is 090639, substantial change license 24SC0114, approval. Number 7, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC Santa Crawl. This is December 14th. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license 24PCE00020 for 2,500 participants. And number 8, a request from retroactive request from Robert Jordan, one-day substantial change, private event. The event was 11/5. The license number is 160254, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. So I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve the one-day substantial change and temporary one-day license and one-day substantial change license with recommendations as made by the chair. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right, we have done the only license. We've done the licensing agenda, and I apologize to the board members that our morning session has run a little much later than I'd anticipated, but it was important for us to do the licensing agenda before we take a break. So it's 1:09. We're going to take a break until 1:30. I will ask all board members to come back to executive session at 1:30, and we will come back to our public session at 1:45. So executive session at 1:30, and we'll see the public at 1:45. All right. Thank you. All right then.
Thank you.
All right. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Join me this afternoon are four other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. If everyone, you will notice that we do have two new board members this moving forward, Mr. David Meadows and Mr. Ryan Jones. They are with us as new board members moving forward. And welcome to the board. On our schedule this afternoon, there's 6 cases on our calendar this afternoon. But prior to doing our calendar, I have to do the legal agenda. So let me do the legal agenda prior to doing our afternoon calendar. Okay, so our afternoon calendar, our first agenda item on the legal agenda, it's review of an offering compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 23rd, 2024 for case number 24 CMP 00034, half smoke, license number 100855. All right. The offering compromise for half smoke is as follows. Charge 1. Fail to ensure that all solid waste on site is stored and contained for collection. For secondary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25726B. This charge is dismissed. Charge 2, fail to follow settlement agreement. This is a secondary tier violation within 4 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a 1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows? You're on mute, Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 29th, 2024 for case number 23-251-00031 and case 24 CMP 00042. This is Bujo's Restaurant license number 115711. And let me find the offer and compromise. All right, so for case number 24-251-00030, charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose, secondary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There is a $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, fail to follow second security plan. Second primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, fail to ensure cameras were operational. Second primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836G1. There is a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Another provision, walkthrough, respondent shall allow an alcoholic beverage and cannabis administrative investigator to conduct a walkthrough of the establishment to ensure all cameras are operational. Charge 4, failed to provide proof of corrective maintenance or replacement. Second primary tier violation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836H. There's a warning issued for that charge for case number 24 CMP 00042. Transferred ownership without approval, second primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25405. There is a $2,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of offered compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 31st, 2024 for case number 24251-00016. Sign of the Way, license number 116058. The offer in compromise. I'm sorry. The offer in compromise is as follows. The only charge, sale of an alcoholic beverage to person under 21 years of age, first primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-781, a warning. I make a motion, therefore, that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated October 25th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Save on Liquors, license number 116481. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, there's a second.
Mr. Jones, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of protestants A and C's 4D's request to reinstate dismissed protest dated October 25th, 2024 in case number 24 PRO 00106. I make a motion that we, this is the Marte Bar and Grill, license number 125774. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of applicants' opposition to protestants A and C's 4D's request to reinstate dismissed protest dated October 31st, 2024 in case number 24 PRO 00106. This is Marte Bar and Grill, license number 125774. This is now moot. Number 7, review of protestants ANC 4D's request to reinstate dismissed protest dated October 25th, 2024 in case number 24 PRO 00107. Colony Liquors, license number 122455. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of motion to modify board order number 2024-435 and status report dated October 24th, 2024. This is in the matter of District Winer / Anna Restaurant and Bar, license number 098684. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now, I'm sorry, 5-0. Mr. Number 9, review of request for fact-finding hearing from MPD Chief Pamela A. Smith, dated October 20th, 2024, for case number 24251-00040. This is Focus DC license number 118015. I make a motion that we forward this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for show cause. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first agenda item is a review of a settlement agreement dated October 24th, 2024 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5F and the Warehouse, license number 129377. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 2, review of extension request undated. This is for all the above. License number 129293. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of request to withdraw extension request dated October 29th, 2024. This is for Granny V's, license number 12672. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of settlement agreement dated October 8th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and High Demand, license number 128725. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of summary closure hearing request dated October 30th, 2024. This is for VIP clientele. Supreme Clientele LLC, license number. This is an unlicensed establishment. This is in board order number 2024 to be determined. I make a motion that we approve the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Let's now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. The first matter on this addendum is a review of a summary closure hearing request dated October 30th, 2024. This is for Cannabis Karma. This is the unlicensed case. I make a motion that we approve the request for a hearing. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of summary closure hearing request dated November 4th, 2024. This is for Safe House. This is an unlicensed cannabis facility. I make a motion that we approve the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of cease and desist hearing request dated November 4th, 2024. This is the Garden DC unlicensed facility. I make a motion that we approve the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of summary closure hearing request dated November 4th, 2024. This is in Charles Russell Properties LLC, unlicensed. I make a motion that we approve the request for a hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. I'm sorry. I'm I need to go off the record for a couple of minutes. Just give me a minute. We have the record for a couple of minutes. All
right.
We're back in the record. All right, we were on the notice of the legal agenda medical cannabis amendment. We were on number 5. And number 5 on that agenda, review of offering compromise dated November 5th, 2025 for Dream Smoke Shops. This is on unlicensed cannabis agenda. And the board decision, in this case, we are going to refer this matter back to legal. So I make a motion that we refer this matter back to legal. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows. You're on mute, Mr. Meadows.
My apologies, Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. So now let's go back to our agenda for the remaining afternoon. The first case on our agenda for this afternoon is case number 24 ULC 00033, Dreams Smoke Shop, license. We are canceling this hearing. This hearing is canceled. An offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its review. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00002, Half Smoke, license number 100855. This case has been canceled and continued to November 20th, 2024. The next case on our calendar is case number 2425100016, Sign of the Way, license number 116050. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise that has been approved by the board. See board order number 2024-802. The next case on our calendar is case number 242510031, Bullhouse Restaurant, license number 115711. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board that the board has agreed to. See board order number 2024-803. The next case on our calendar is case number 24PRO00085, Smoke and Things 2, Inc., license number 128451. This case has been rescheduled to November 20th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar, we have a summary suspension action, case number 242510038, Power Nightclub, license number 104228, 126737, and 126410. Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the parties in this case, please?
Good afternoon. Sure. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Abebe Beyene, your access has been elevated. Colin Chenchi, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Oriana. I believe we also have Sophia Midas on the line, and we should have Daniel Greenberg as well.
Have been elevated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a summary suspension hearing, so I'll have the parties introduce. Mr. Klein, I have a, okay. All right, that's better. So let's have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district. I'm joined by my co-counsel, Sophia Midas.
Ms. Midas, spell and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Sophia Midas, SOPHIA, Midas, MIETUS, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Klein.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson. Andrew Klein of the Veritas Law Firm. On behalf of the respondents, I want to welcome Ms. Quinn, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Meadows to the ABC board, and we look forward to your service here.
All right, Mr. Mixon. You're on mute, Mr. Mixon.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to join in my co-counsel's words of welcome to the new board members. Cameron Mixon, also with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to respondents, CAMERONMIXON.
Mr. Klein, is your client here, sir?
Yes, Ms. Biani.
Ms. Biani, can you come on camera, please? Unmute your line and come on camera. Ms. Biani, can you unmute your line and come on camera, ma'am? Do you know what's going on with your client, Mr. Klein?
I do not, but I shall text her now.
Okay, ma'am, can you just unmute your line?
She's here now.
And spell and state your name. You're on. You need to unmute your line, ma'am. And then spell and state your name for the record. You need to unmute yourself, ma'am. Are you not able to unmute yourself? You can speak now, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, my name is Abeba Bayena.
I need you to spell your name, ma'am.
Okay, my first name is Abeba, A-B-E-B-A. Last name, Bayena, B-E-Y-E-N-E.
All right, Miss Bahina, you're on. Let me see. Okay, I think you all right. Okay, that's fine. All right. This is a summary suspension hearing. Mr. Tenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, just two quickly, Mr. Chair. First, I just wanted to inform the board that Officer Greenberg, who is one of our witnesses, has a hard stop at 3 o'clock. We didn't think it would be a conflict given the set time, but I think with the delay in starting, we'll call him as our first witness. Okay. But I just want to put the board on notice.
Okay, that's fine. Any preliminary matters, Mr. Klein?
I do not at this time have any preliminary matters.
Do this government wish to make an opening statement?
Mr. Chair, there was a second preliminary matter.
What's that, sir? I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear for the record. The notice that was issued to the establishment was for both a summary suspension of the alcohol license and a summary closure of the establishment under the board's cannabis statutes. And I just want to make sure that is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is the purpose of this hearing. I just want to be
sure. Yes, it is.
We're prepared to proceed. Thank you.
Can I have everyone, if you're not speaking, I need everyone to mute their lines, okay? Only speak if you're, yes, go ahead, sir.
All right. May it please the board. We are here today in a summary action matter against Power Nightclub. It's a business located at 2335 Bladensburg Road Northeast, Washington, D.C., 20018. Today, the evidence is going to show that on October 3rd, 2024, members from the Metropolitan Police Department observed activity in the establishment that they suspected was the sale of drugs. You'll hear how MPD connected with ABCA to investigate the establishment, and how upon seeing MPD and ABCA approaching, security ran inside and locked the doors. You hear how despite ABCA's best efforts to get inside, nobody from the establishment let them in. You're going to hear testimony about how it wasn't until DC Fire and Emergency Medical Services was preparing to breach the establishment's door that a manager from the establishment did finally let them inside. You'll see once inside, ABCA and MPD saw what there was to see: firearms and an abundance of cannabis products. You learn that MPD then obtained an emergency search warrant for the establishment, which led to the seizure of dozens of pounds of cannabis, several pounds of psilocybin, and a total of 4 firearms from the premises. And you'll hear how, in the words of the licensee and her ABC manager, that the establishment has a history of conducting events just like the one on October 3rd, that the particular individuals conducting this event have been doing so at the establishment for several months. It's because of this behavior that ABCA issued a notice of summary suspension and closure against the establishment. The notice concerns allegations that the establishment allowed it to be used for an unlawful purpose, caused and allowed illegal firearms to be in the establishment, permitted the sale of controlled substances, refused to allow ABCA and MPD to enter the establishment without delay, operated as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products, and offered for sale psychedelic products containing psilocybin, which is a Schedule I controlled substance. The district bears the burden of proof in this case. And we have to show you that the respondent presents an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public by substantial evidence in the record. We're going to do that through the testimony of MPD Officer Daniel Greenberg and ABCA Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru. At the end of this hearing, it will be clear what type of business the establishment runs. You're going to see that the establishment sold cannabis products without a license. You'll see the establishment sold Schedule I controlled substances. You'll see the establishment kept firearms inside. You'll see how the establishment tried to impede ABCA and MPD's investigation. You'll hear in the establishment's own words that this was not a one-time occurrence. And it's because of all of that at the end of today's hearing, I'm going to ask you to find in favor of the District of Columbia, uphold the suspension of the establishment's liquor license, and uphold the closure of this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you wish to make an opening statement or you want to defer?
Yes, I would like to make an opening statement. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's some regrettable actions on the part of the licensee in this case, the licensee being Power Nightclub, but you've heard references to the establishment. What's missing here is the activities that took place on the day of October 3rd were not conducted by either Power Nightclub, which is licensed by the ABC board as a nightclub, or by the current applicant for a cultivation center at the location. Instead, it was a third party that was responsible for the activities that took place that day. And the evidence will be clear that that's the case. Now, we're not going to tell you that the respondent didn't have responsibilities for her premises, but these allegations that she was involved in an illegal cannabis operation at her location are false. The allegations and the evidence will show that this is something that she did over a period of time. The evidence will show that that is false. Instead, she entered into an agreement, as she did for numerous events at the establishment. The vast majority of did not involve the sale of cannabis or anything else illegal. And it is the individual that she entered into the agreement with that was responsible for the activity on that date. The evidence will further show that this operator has operated at this location, a difficult neighborhood, a difficult location, almost without incident during the past 8 years. very, very little investigative history, and that she is willing and committed to taking steps which will mitigate whatever little wrongdoing she's responsible for here, and will assure that nothing like this ever happens again. So at the conclusion of the case, we will ask that you lift the summary suspension and allow the reopening of the premises, and as much as the establishment, the establishment is a bad word, because as a legal body, you don't deal with establishments, you deal with respondents who are companies or individuals. An establishment, in my mind, is a physical space. It's a building. So who are the actors here? That's what we need to focus on in this case. But at the conclusion of the case, we will ask that you restore the alcohol privileges, unpadlock the premises. What happens with the cannabis, we don't care. It wasn't the respondents. That's between the government and the party that was responsible for this, which was not this respondent. And I want to add this so that we're clear. If the board deems it appropriate, send the matter for an appropriate show cause if it's determined that there's some penalty that needs to be imposed upon this licensee relative to what her activities actually were. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. All right, does the government have a wish to call witness?
Yes, the district calls MPD Officer Daniel Greenberg.
Officer Greenberg, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Officer Greenberg, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Daniel Greenberg, DanielGreenberg.
Where do you work, sir?
Work for the DC Metropolitan Police Department.
What is your position with Metropolitan Police Department?
I'm a police officer.
If I call Metropolitan Police Department MPD, will you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer with MPD?
About 4 years.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities in your role?
Right now, I'm assigned to the 5th District's crime suppression team.
And what does the crime suppression team do?
We conduct investigations into street-level narcotic sales. We conduct firearms interdictions, serve felony warrants.
Are you familiar with an establishment located at 2335 Bladensburg Road, Northeast Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I know this is a business called Power Nightclub. It's been in the area that we've patrolled for several years.
It may seem obvious with that name, but do you know what kind of business Power Nightclub is?
It's a nightclub.
Did you visit the establishment on Thursday, October 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
About what time did you arrive there that day?
I think we first arrived there sometime around 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Why did you visit Power Nightclub on October 3rd?
During our just regular patrol activities, we observed some activity around that business that drew our attention.
What activity drew your attention?
We noticed that the business appeared to be open during its outside of its hours of normal operation. We also observed what appeared to be some type of security presence on the outside of the building, along with foot traffic in and out.
What do you mean by outside of its normal hours of operation?
We normally know that Power is open typically on weekends in the evening for music acts, nightlife. This was a weekday in the mid-afternoon, which was unusual.
What sort of foot traffic did you observe coming in and out of the establishment?
We saw a number of people walking in and out of a door that was located on the north side of the building rather than the main door, which faces Bladensburg Road.
Were any individuals waiting outside of the establishment?
I believe so.
So who did you see outside of the establishment that day?
We saw one person who appeared to be acting as security of some kind. As people were coming into the building, this person was doing what we recognize to be pat downs, as well as people coming in and out with various types of bags.
What types of bags were people coming out of the establishment with?
We saw large bags like backpacks. We also saw smaller shopping bags and what we would call Mylar bags, which are like small foil bags with resealable tops.
Did any of those bags stand out to you?
The Mylar bags, yes.
Why?
We typically see those bags used in the packaging of marijuana.
What happened after you saw these individuals leaving the establishment with these Mylar bags?
We recognize this activity to be what we suspected to be a pop-up marijuana party with inside the business.
Can you describe what you mean by a pop-up marijuana party?
It's a term that we understand to mean an illegal or unlicensed marijuana sales event where people come in to buy and sell marijuana.
What about what you saw that day made you think that a marijuana pop-up was occurring at the establishment?
That the business was operating outside of its normal hours, that there was somebody outside who appeared to be acting as some type of security, as well as the foot traffic in and out with individuals carrying the bags that we typically see for the packaging and buying and selling of marijuana.
So what did MPD do after you observed this conduct?
At that point, we contacted the ABCA to see if they had an investigator available that might assist us.
Did ABCA send an investigator over to assist?
Yes.
All right, so officer, I'm going to skip ahead. Was withdrawn. I'm going to skip ahead. At any point in time, did you assist in the execution of an emergency search warrant at Power Nightclub?
Yes.
And when was that emergency search warrant executed?
On that same day, later on in the evening.
Did any other MPD officers join you to execute that warrant?
Yes.
You said later on in the evening. Do you know what time specifically your search team entered the establishment?
Probably around between 10 and 11 o'clock in the evening.
Officer, I'm going to share my screen and Chairperson Anderson just confirming for the record that the case report of Investigator Peru is already in evidence.
Yes, yes. It's part of the records, the board's records.
Mr. Greenberg, I'm going to share my screen with what is in evidence as the government's exhibit.
Do you have the ability to share your screen, sir?
Yes, I do. Just one.
Okay.
All right, investigator, I'm directing your attention to what is marked in the report as exhibit. I apologize, these photographs are not equal in size. It was marked as exhibit 14. Can you see that document?
I can. Is there any way you can zoom in a little bit more?
Yes, I can. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Is this information a summary of the items that were seized during the search warrant?
Yes.
Can you summarize what the search team seized from the establishment that day?
Several dozen pounds of what was later found to be marijuana, a green plant substance. We seized a large quantity of mushrooms, along with THC infused edibles, and U.S. currency, along with several firearms.
Let's go through those things one at a time. You said that the green leafy product you found was later identified to be marijuana. How did you know that it was marijuana?
It was field tested and had a positive reaction for the presence of THC.
You also mentioned mushrooms were seized. Can you say for the record what kinds of mushrooms you're referring to?
Psilocybin mushrooms.
What are psilocybin mushrooms?
It's I suppose a psychedelic drug.
You also mentioned that there were a number of THC products that were seized. How did you know that those products contain THC?
They were labeled to contain a quantity of THC.
You also mentioned firearms. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. What firearms did MPD seize during its search warrant?
There was a micro Draco, which is like a AK style pistol, along with 9mm and two 9mm pistols, and there was a fourth firearm. I can't recall the make and model.
Were any of the firearms that were seized registered to anyone?
Yes.
Were all of them?
I believe just the one.
Which one?
It was the SCCY 9mm pistol.
Were any of these firearms loaded?
Yes.
Were all of them loaded?
I believe 3 of them were loaded.
Which one was not loaded?
There was a firearm that was found inside of a suitcase, which was unloaded. I think that's the Palmetto.
So just to go through them one by one, where was this Palmetto dagger firearm found?
That was located inside of what was labeled room number 1, which is the unfinished portion of the building, inside of a suitcase.
Going to the SCCY firearm, where was that seized?
That was seized from the main, I guess, club side of the building, which was, the firearm was behind the bar.
And going to the micro Draco firearm, where was that seized from?
It was in the same room as the SCCY. It was within in a backpack on top of the bar.
And you said there was a fourth firearm that was seized. Is that firearm listed here?
I don't see that listed on the seizing list.
Do you know where that firearm was seized from?
Yes.
Where was it seized from?
That was seized from a vehicle which was parked in the establishment parking lot.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I do not.
You also mentioned that there was currency seized. Can you just explain to the board what currency was seized?
There was $1,920 taken, along with $1,045 taken. These were in various rooms throughout the business.
Where was that $1,045 seized from?
That is marked as room number 7 on the seizing list.
I'm sorry, the $1,045, not the $1,920.
That's room number 3.
And just for the record, which room is room number 3 in this establishment?
That's the main nightclub side.
What did the search team do with all of these seized items?
They were collected and brought to the VCSD office, where they're placed on evidence.
As for the controlled substances, and I believe I asked about the THC and the marijuana, but not about the mushrooms. How were you able to identify that those products were in fact psilocybin mushrooms?
Based on our experience dealing with these substances, their appearance also, they were labeled. They had type of like a cartoon drawing that we recognize as being associated with that type of substance, a cartoon mushroom.
Officer Greenberg, the currency that you all seized, do you remember what denominations that currency was seized in?
I do not.
Court's indulgence. After you all had seized the items, were you able to determine exactly how much marijuana was seized from the establishment that day?
Yes.
How much marijuana was seized?
62.10 pounds, along with a quantity of THC wax on cartridges that were inside of containers, which makes it difficult to obtain accurate measurements of the substance.
Just so I'm clear, is that 62.1 pounds, does that include those 111 units of THC wax jars, the 120 units of cartridges, and the 308 units of edibles?
No, those would have been weighed separately, or counted separately, I should say.
Thank you, Officer Greenberg. I have no further questions. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Mr. Klein? You're unmute, Mr. Klein.
I think I may by now, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Officer Greenberg.
Afternoon.
Now, isn't it true that an ATM machine was destroyed and some currency was seized from there?
Yes.
And there isn't any reason to believe that the ATM was doing anything other than dispensing cash to people who put in their ATM cards, is there?
No.
All right. You mentioned a firearm that was registered. It wasn't registered to anyone connected with the licensed establishment power, was it?
No.
You know who it was registered to?
I don't remember the registered owner.
Okay. Do you know whether that registered owner had any connection to the activity that you observed in the premises that day?
Objection calls for speculation. The officer just said he does not know who the owner was.
I asked a different question. I asked a different question. I asked if he knew whether whoever it was had any connection to the cannabis operation that was discovered that day.
Mr. Chair, that question inherently calls for speculation. If the officer said he doesn't know who it was, he can't answer the question if there's any connection to a person that he does not know.
Mr. Chair, I may not know who's coming out of the restroom, but I can see that they came out of the restroom and know that they had a connection with it. I'm a little confused by the objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer the question, he can. If not, Officer Greenfield, can you answer the question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the question is, do you have any knowledge that the registered firearm was connected to anyone that was running the cannabis operation?
No.
Okay. Do you know who was running the cannabis operation?
No.
So you don't have any knowledge that it was the respondent, the owners of the entity known as Play Nightclub, do you?
Objection calls for speculation.
Ask him what he knew. How does that call for speculation?
Mr. Klein, is it Play or Power? Which nightclub is this?
Power. Sorry, I apologize. Power.
So
Chair, what's the ruling on the objection?
I know. I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Klein, he says he doesn't know, so I'm not sure where you're trying to go with this.
I'm trying to establish that they don't know that this cannabis operation was connected to this respondent.
I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the I thought you were talking about the weapon.
We moved on from the weapon.
Okay.
May I repeat the question?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Officer Greenberg, you don't have information that this cannabis operation was run by the owners of Power Nightclub, do you?
No.
No further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, officer. Good afternoon. I'm curious about the firearm in the vehicle, and you mentioned that you could not determine the vehicle's registration. Why is that? There was no tag? You couldn't check the VIN number?
I don't know who the vehicle was registered to. I don't know if there was a registration check conducted on the vehicle.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions by any board members? Mr. Klein, any questions of the witness based on the questions by the board?
No, I don't have any further questions of the witness. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. C? Mr. Tenchi, any redirect?
Just a very, very brief redirect. Just resharing my screen. Officer Greenberg, directing you back to that same Exhibit 14 within the report. You mentioned that there was some currency from the ATM that was destroyed. Is that currency from the ATM listed in this seizure report?
I don't know.
And do you know if any of these items listed, these individual line items listed, are associated with the ATM?
I don't know.
Objection, asked and answered.
All right. Well, the answer. Let's move on.
No further questions. As asked, Officer Greenberg be excused.
Yes, Officer Greenberg, thank you for your testimony, and I think we did 3 minutes over your hard stop. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Does the government have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the government calls Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Good afternoon, investigator. Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, Jasonperu.
Where do you work?
At the DC Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
What's your role with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration?
I'm a supervisory investigator in enforcement.
If I refer to Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration as ABCA, will you understand what I mean?
I will.
So what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a supervisory investigator?
To supervise other investigators and to conduct inspections of licensed and unlicensed businesses in District of Columbia.
Does your involvement does your role involve inspection of establishments that deal with cannabis?
Recently, primarily, that's what I am dealing with enforcement, yes.
You said recently. Did you have any involvement with alcohol establishments as well?
Correct. Yep, for the last 11 years.
Said 11 years. How long have you been with ABCA?
For about 11 and a half years now.
And how long have you been in your current role as a supervisor?
For 6 years.
Investigator, I want to draw your attention to today's case. Are you familiar with an establishment located at 2335 Bladensburg Road Northeast known as Power Nightclub?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
Just through normal operations as one of the nightclubs in the city that we have conducted inspections at.
Are you familiar with Power Nightclub in any way related to your cannabis responsibilities?
Correct. In reference to the report that I generated, reference to the pop-up event that occurred.
So let's talk about that. Did you visit Power Nightclub on October 3rd, 2024?
I did.
Why did you visit Power Nightclub that day?
ABCA received a call from MPD requesting ABCA's assistance on scene.
What was the request for assistance about?
They described that the club was open earlier than normal, than they normally notice it to be open, and they noticed activity that possibly some kind of cannabis pop-up event was occurring.
So what did you do once you received that referral from MPD?
I went to the scene myself, and I met with MPD about a block away from the nightclub to brief and discuss their observations.
What did you discuss with MPD when you arrived?
Their officers described to me that they saw security out front. They saw patting down individuals. They saw individuals leaving, going into the business, then leaving out with bags, Mylar bags, which are known to contain cannabis product, be packaged using packaging for cannabis products, and they had concerns that there was an event going on.
After you received that briefing, what did you decide your next step should be?
Well, coordinated with the lieutenant, and we decided that we would, myself and his team would go to the establishment and conduct an inspection.
Before you approached the establishment, were you able to see what was going on outside of it?
On my way to meet with MPD, I intentionally drove past the establishment to see what activity was occurring. And at that point in time, I did see the security guard out front. I saw an individual go in. I saw someone else coming out. It was just brief. I didn't sit on the business for a long period of time. I was just passing by.
Well, let's get back then to your plan with MPD to approach the establishment. So what happened when you and MPD went to the establishment that day?
Well, the minute we pulled up to the business, and the security guard saw the police cars, he ran inside the door he was at and locked the door.
How do you know the door was locked?
Well, because myself and the lieutenant exited our vehicles, went up to the door, attempted to open the door, and it was locked.
You said that you were familiar with this establishment. Is that door the only entrance into the establishment?
No, this is a pretty big building. The main entrance is usually in the front of the business. This is more of a side door on the parking lot, but the building does have at least four, to my knowledge, exits and entrances all going to the big space.
Did you attempt to enter the building through any of those other doors?
Yes, at that point in time, MPD officers all posted up on the different doors, and we knocked and announced continuously on all the doors to try to gain entry.
What were you announcing as you were knocking?
MPD was announcing that there were MPD, the police, and I was announcing that I was a ABCA investigator and there to do an inspection.
As you were knocking and announcing on these doors, did anyone respond to you?
No response. An individual came close to one of the windows that I was standing by, and I yelled to them to call the owner, call Mimi, is what I said.
When you said to call the owner, call Mimi, what happened?
Nothing. No response. I just continued to yell that, hopefully to get some kind of cooperation.
You said that you were knocking on the doors. Did you attempt to interact with the individuals in the establishment in any other way?
No, just through the doors and the windows. Whenever I saw movement, we tried to communicate through the barriers.
About how long were you knocking and announcing yourself on the doors and windows of the establishment?
It was for some time. Maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe shorter, maybe longer. It's hard to really determine. Things were happening kind of fast.
After withdrawn. Investigator, you said that no one responded to you. Did you hear anything from inside the establishment as you were announcing yourself?
There was a lot of thrashing around and a lot of movement going on during that periods. Absolutely.
Did that thrashing and movement continue for the entire time?
No, it went on for a period of time. Then all of a sudden, it was complete silence.
And so, investigator, after you had been knocking and announcing yourself to no response, what did you and MPD decide to do next?
Well, based on my experience in the city and dealing with other agencies and the safety of establishments, I coordinated with the lieutenant to put a call over the radio to contact DC Fire.
Why would you contact DC Fire?
Hoping that DC Fire would come and see the public safety concern of the individuals that are non-responsive and now trapped inside, and hopefully they would assist with gaining entry.
What do you mean by a public safety hazard?
Well, you have unknown amount of individuals in a locked building and with no response, no communication to the outside, not responding to the police. So there could be, different scenarios that could be happening that could put the people inside at risk.
Did you and MPD make that call to DC Fire?
We did.
And what happened after you made that call?
DC Fire in EMS fire truck engine responded to the scene.
About how long did you wait for them to respond to the scene?
It seemed pretty fast. I want to say maybe 10 minutes, maybe at tops.
During the time you were waiting for fire and EMS to arrive, were you and MPD still knocking on those doors and windows?
Yeah, the MPD officers that were stationed around the building continued to announce trying to gain entry willingly.
During this time, did anyone respond from inside of the establishment?
No responses.
So what happened after DC Fire and EMS arrived at the building?
Myself and the lieutenant spoke with the individuals on the truck and explained to them what we were there for, why we called them, and they agreed to assist us with gaining entry into the business.
What did DC Fire do to assist you with gaining entry?
Well, we walked around the building. They had their tools in hand, looking for which door they could breach that would cause the least amount of damage to the business.
Now, before we go any further, earlier you had said that you instructed people inside to call the owner, call Mimi. How did you know that the owner was a person named Mimi?
I've been with the board for over 11 years, and she has been an owner operator for a long period of time at different locations throughout the city.
Is the person that you know to be Mimi on the call with us right now?
She is.
And can you identify her by an article of clothing?
She's wearing a blue shirt and glasses.
Now, let the record reflect that Investigator Peru has identified Abeba Bayene as the individual he knows to be Mimi. Investigator, during this time, did you ever attempt to contact the owners of the establishment yourself?
I did. I asked one of my lead investigators to go into ABCA records and confirm a phone number for the owner. And at that point, I made a couple attempts to contact her.
You say attempts, were they successful?
No, there was it went to voicemail. It rang and went to voicemail.
So going back to this attempt to enter the establishment with DC Fire, Did DC Fire end up reaching into the establishment that day?
No, just as nick of time, they were literally about to breach a door. A male adult parked in the liquor store parking lot next door ran over, yelling, identifying himself as the manager for the business.
Did you ever get a name for this person who identified themselves as a manager for the business?
He told me his name was Rico. I never asked for his ID, but I did recognize him.
How did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I've met him, to my recollection, only once before. I came to the business when they received cannabis cultivation placards. Earlier, is either the end of last year or earlier this year, I can't recall. But when I went there and I met with Mimi, the individual known as Rico, he was there as well, and I had met him at that time.
So what happened after this individual named Rico appeared on the scene?
Well, he asked to speak with me, recognizing me, and we went to the side, and I advised him about what was going on. I asked him if he knew what was going on, which he did. He kept repeating that it was a private event, and we kept discussing the need for us to enter the business.
What happened after you discussed with him that you needed to enter the business?
Well, he agreed. He was concerned for the individuals inside being arrested. MPD lieutenant agreed that if everybody came out and cooperated, that they would be patted down and allowed to leave the premises.
Did you and MPD and Rico follow through with that plan to let the individuals inside out?
We did. Rico immediately got on the phone and contacted unknown individual inside. And at that point, he advised him what MPD had stated and instructed him to go to that same door that the security was at on the opposite side of the building by the parking lot to have everyone exit.
You say that Rico contacted someone inside of the establishment. How did he do that?
With a cell phone.
Did you see him take out his cell phone to contact this person?
Yeah, he had the cell phone. His cell phone was already in his hand, so he went to his phone and called him.
About how long did it take him from picking up his phone to contact this person to actually making that call?
It was immediate.
Did he appear to go through his phone at all to be looking for anything?
I mean, I'm sure he had to recover the number, but he knew who was inside. It was pretty obvious to me, evident to me that, he knew he was calling, and he knew who was in the business to open that door for us.
So after Rico had made contact with this individual, did the individuals inside actually leave?
Yep, they followed protocol. They came out, they exited the door with their hands up for the police, and people were patted down and searched before allowing to leave the premises.
Did everyone who was inside leave without incident?
According to the report, I was not present during that arrest, but one of the males apparently still had product on his persons and was arrested for possession of narcotics.
What happened after all the individuals who were inside left the establishment?
Well, the next step is to make sure that there was nobody remaining and nobody hiding and nobody injured.
So how did you and MPD confirm that?
MPD led the way, and we entered the business and started to conduct a systematic walkthrough to cover all the areas of the inside of the business.
When you entered Power nightclub that day, did you notice anything immediately?
Yeah, Power, the nightclub area was essentially what I would call set up to be a retail shop with glass display cases kind of surrounding the dance floor area.
In your report, did you include any photographs of Power nightclub as you saw it when you were investigating that day?
I did.
Do you recognize those photographs if I were to show them to you?
I would.
Record reflect, I'm sharing my screen with what is in evidence as the government's exhibit. Scrolling through what's pre-marked as Exhibit 3 within the report. Investigator, what are we looking at here?
This is the inside of Power Nightclub. The elevated area where you see the display cases is typically the seating / bottle service lounge for the nightclub seating. And where you see the stanchions is kind of where the dance floor begins for the nightclub.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
I did.
So, investigator, what about these glass cases stood out to you?
Well, I mean, this is a nightclub. First time I've been into this nightclub and seen these display cases. So to me, it had the appearance that these are the type of cases that you would typically find in a retail store, not in a nightclub.
In those display cases, do you see those plastic bags behind the glass?
In some of the photos, you can see some packaging and some residue and containers that contain residue. Yes.
Let me scroll to another one of these exhibits. Is this another photo that you took of Power Nightclub that day?
It is, and the reason why I took that photo particularly is because that Miami Breeze Depot, they are known by myself and by MPD of recent incidents on North Capitol Street to be an unlicensed operator of cannabis.
What is this photo depicting? Where in the establishment is this photo depicting?
That's right when you walk in the door. I don't know if that's the DJ booth. I don't think that's not the DJ booth. That's up in the corner. That's just showing more display cases. And you see the suitcase sitting on the bench to the right. That's where eventually product was found in suitcases. Just to describe a pop-up for the board is that typically what that means is individuals who don't have licenses but have following on social media, that they're known to sell, distribute cannabis and other illegal narcotics. Instead of having a storefront, they will then pick a place to show up at, send it out to their followers, advertise it, and then they'll show up and then they'll set up shop as a shop at that location, offering for sale a variety of their own products. And that's the definition of the quote unquote cannabis pop-up that we have been dealing with in DC for some time.
Was it your understanding from what you saw at Power Nightclub that a cannabis pop-up was operating?
Absolutely.
Let me just scroll down to its pre-marked as Exhibit 5 within the report. Investigator, what is this photograph depicting?
Another display case. You can see inside the display case some Tupperware plastic containers with labeling on it that most likely had some kind of product inside of it.
Why do you say that?
Well, there was some residue inside of the containers, green leafy substance type residues.
These sticky notes on the front of these containers, what did they indicate?
I cannot recall. If you could zoom in, I'm not sure if they're clear enough to read. I do not recall exactly.
I'll zoom in as much as I can. Just one moment.
Mr. Chairman, if he doesn't recall, the evidence speaks for itself.
He can refresh his recollection. Is that an objection, Mr.?
It's an objection. He doesn't recall what it says. I mean, he can read it. We can all read it. I don't know why it's necessary to have him testify as to what he thinks he can read.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, sir.
The witness has just asked me to zoom in, so that way he can see and have his recollection refreshed.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. The witness answer if he can.
Investigator, is that a better look for you?
Yes, it is.
Does this help you remember what these sticky notes meant on the front of these containers?
Yeah, like I stated previously, it was the containers were used for different type of cannabis flowers, and the names you see are different types of cannabis flowers and strains.
All right, thank you, investigator. I'm going to zoom back out. We were talking a lot about what you saw, but when you entered the establishment that day, did you smell anything?
Oh, there was a strong odor of cannabis in the air.
And we've been talking a lot about cannabis. Was cannabis the only thing that you saw in Power nightclub that withdrawn? Talking a lot about cannabis. Did you see anything else besides these display cases and cannabis that raised your concern that day?
There was immediately on this noticeable. There was I think it's one of my exhibits as well. There was a Mylar bag that contained an unknown bunch of pills. There was like a knapsack that was filled with cannabis flower that we first came across.
I'm going to, let's address those one by one. I'll scroll down to the next exhibit, exhibit number 6. Is this a photograph that you took at Power nightclub, investigator?
Correct. That knapsack was sitting open like that in a location in near one of the display cases.
I understand it's a little bit dark, but you took this photograph.
I did.
What appeared to be in this bag when you were taking this photograph?
Cannabis flower and possibly mushrooms. It was hard to tell.
And just direct your attention to the next photograph, exhibit 7 in your report. What does this photograph depict?
That was laying on the ground as you see it. There was it's a Mylar bag that contains an unknown type of capsules.
Did you take this photograph as well?
I did.
Did you ever learn what these capsules in this Mylar bag were?
No, I did not.
And direct your attention to the next exhibit in your report, exhibit number 8. Investigator, did you take this photograph?
I did.
What is this photograph depicting?
The assault style weapon that was sitting on top of the bar.
Investigator, was this bag, was this weapon in this bag when you found it?
Correct. It was sitting like that. We saw what appeared to be a handle of a gun, and the lieutenant lifted the bag was not zipped. It was already open. He lifted it up and to reveal the weapon.
Was this firearm loaded?
I later learned that it was.
Right, investigator, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So, investigator, did you look in any other areas in the establishment besides that dance floor area that you first walked into when you arrived?
Correct. As MPD walked through the rest of the building to confirm there was no one else remaining hiding and there was no threat to anybody. I continued through the kitchen area to the proposed cannabis cultivation area.
When you arrived there, did you see anything in that proposed cultivation area?
Yeah, there was multiple suitcases that were in there. There was some product that was in plain sight hiding. I say plain sight hiding because it was it was hidden poorly, that you could see the product sticking out in bags.
About how many suitcases were present?
I can't remember the count. MPD's inventory will state that. It was quite a few, quite a few.
Did you ever get a look at what was inside of those suitcases?
I did. Eventually, when MPD started opening up the bags, I did get a picture of what was inside.
Would you recognize photos of those suitcases if I were to show them to you?
I would.
Record reflect, I am resharing my screen. Directing your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 9 within your report, investigator. Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Is this one of the photographs that you took at Power Nightclub that day?
It is.
What does this photograph depict?
Excuse me. A variety of cannabis flower. You can see this package is labeled live resin, so cannabis resin, which looks to be some kind of vape cartridges that may contain THC. And gummies. There's gummies in there as well. You can see the fake gummy bear brand. There's gummies in the back there too.
These gummies, what was your understanding about these? What was it that stood out to you about these gummy products present in the suitcase?
This particular one, I just see regular gummies. There was other ones that had images, as the officer described, of mushrooms that contained psilocybin.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 10 within your report. Let me zoom out so we can get the full suitcase in there. Investigator, did you take this photograph?
I did.
Is this another one of the photographs that you took in Power Nightclub?
It is.
What does this photograph depict?
More product, and as you can see, the type of Tupperware plastic containers are similar in nature or the same that you saw in display cases in the front on the dance floor.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the bottom half of this suitcase. Investigator, what are these items in the bottom half of the suitcase?
It's hard to tell with this one. I would have to look in and zoom in. Packaging sometimes is tricky because they have these cartoon images and unusual names. I can't necessarily see from this what type of product that is.
Let me zoom in a little further on one particular item. Investigator, are you able to see the warning on the back of this product here?
Yes.
Investigator, what is the first sentence of that warning on this product?
Government warning. This package contains cannabis, a Schedule I controlled substance.
Reflect, I am zooming back out. Investigator, that one product that we just looked at right there, does it appear that there are several of them present in this photograph?
Oh yeah, they're definitely bundled together, yes.
And based on what you can see, are these packages identical?
They appear to be that, and just for clarity, if I could, is that a lot of these packages may be empty because you see the container is full of cannabis flower. It's a term referred to as bud tending, that instead of having prepackaged flower, they weigh the flower out in front of you and package it in front of you so people can smell and see what product they're actually getting. So there's some of those packagings may be empty because they have not been yet filled with the flower you saw next to it.
I'm going to zoom back out and direct your attention to senior report as Exhibit 11. Investigator, is this another one of the photographs that you took at Power Nightclub?
It is.
Investigator, about how many suitcases are present in this photograph?
I mean, actual suitcases that luggage could go into, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I see a wheel of a fifth on the right corner. So actual luggage suitcases, maybe 5.
And about how many other bags are present in this photograph?
1, 2, 3, additional 4.
Mr. Cameron, I'm going to object. He's being asked what we see in photographs. This seems a tremendous waste of time. We can all look and see what we see. If he has some knowledge to, in addition to the photographs, to provide, then let him testify to it. But why we're sitting through him describing what we can all plainly see in photographs, I don't understand, and I object.
A response, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The investigator was there and took these photographs. He is also speaking about what was contained within these bags and the different kinds of bags that were present, about how full these bags were. We are going into the detail of this. If Mr. Klein is not happy with a narrative being told in a sequence of events, then we can be as perspicacious as we want in cross-examination as well. Just trying to get the direct examination.
I don't understand that. I'm just trying to move it along. I mean, it appears we have this, it appears we have that. Yeah, we can all see what it appears. Let's get to what the witness knows that's unique to him rather than the photographs that we can all see with our own eyes. And he's describing what's in the photographs rather than what he's seen, and it just doesn't seem like to be a good use of time, but I'll defer the board's ruling.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, sir.
Investigator Peru, you said that you took this photograph. Were you able to see all of these bags yourself while you were present in the establishment that day?
I saw them at the location they're at. I did not see where all the bags came from. MPD was bringing all the suitcases that they found. Most of them from that particular room that you see we're in, which is the proposed cannabis cultivation site. They pulled all that stuff to the middle of the floor to bring everything to one central location.
I think I asked that question a little inartfully. Were you able to see the contents of these bags when you were present that day?
Yes.
Out of the bags that are photographed here, how many of them contained what appeared to be cannabis or cannabis products?
All of them had some kind of product in them.
Thank you, investigator. I'll stop sharing my screen. And so, investigator, after you investigated this proposed cultivation space, actually, strike that question. Investigator, you said that MPD had been moving some of these bags into this space as you were investigating. Were any of these bags already present in that proposed cultivation space before MPD had started moving them?
I believe most of those bags you see there were in that cultivation space, that they just put them into the middle of the floor.
So, investigator, what happened after you had investigated in that proposed cultivation space?
From there, I believe I went back outside to speak with the lieutenant and figure out next steps.
What were the next steps that you decided on?
It was decided that an emergency search warrant should be obtained to continue to search thoroughly throughout the establishment.
Did you have any involvement with obtaining that emergency search warrant?
I helped the officer with a little bit of the narration based upon my observation and me responding to the scene.
While you were still at Power Nightclub that day, did you speak with anyone else from the establishment?
Besides the manager?
Besides the manager.
Yes, the owner Mimi did arrive on scene.
About what time did the owner arrive on the scene?
I cannot recall. We were already inside, so I can't recall. I don't know when exactly she got there.
About what point in your investigation were you at when the owner arrived?
Pretty much once we have already confirmed there was no one else hiding inside, everybody had left. and the product, all this product was already seen, including that one firearm.
So just so I'm clear, was that after you took these photographs?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Was that after you took the photographs we were just looking at?
I believe so. I believe so. It's a hard timeline to narrow down, but yeah, most likely.
Did you speak with the owner that day?
I did.
And what did you speak with her about?
About the operations that we saw and what had occurred and how we got to the current point where we're at with MPD and our business.
When you laid out what you had seen that day and what your knowledge was, how did the owner respond to you?
She was upset, a little, about everything that was happening, kind of caught off guard, and stated that, business for the nightclub has been difficult to maintain, and stated that, pop-ups was a way to for additional income and revenue for her to rent it for event spaces.
Did the owner indicate to you that pop-ups had happened previously at the establishment?
The comment was more vast of she's done pop-ups before, is kind of what she stated.
When she told you that she had done pop-ups before, what did you understand that term pop-ups to mean?
The cannabis pop-ups that we saw today, evidence of.
When you informed the owner that there were cannabis products inside of the establishment, did she appear surprised to you?
No.
Did she say that she had no knowledge of that?
There was that statement that I can't recall her saying she had no knowledge of anything.
Earlier, we talked about a conversation that you had with this manager, Rico. Did you have any other conversations with Rico during your investigation that day?
Yeah, we had quite a few. He was concerned about the alcohol license. He was more concerned about the cannabis cultivation license. He kind of described to me, what they've been doing there in reference to the cultivation area getting ready. And he described to me about these pop-up events that they've been having that were reoccurring, not every day, but reoccurring over the last couple months.
What did he tell you about the reoccurring pop-up events?
Just that they were, he kept calling them private events, and that they were, they only happened a few times a month, and they were going on for a couple months.
Did he tell you if these were the same individuals conducting these pop-ups or if the individuals were different each time?
He did not tell me either way if it was the same or not.
Did he tell you if there was any ongoing relationship between the business and any particular pop-up?
I can't remember who mentioned the word contract, like there was a contract with them to do so many of these. I can't remember who stated that.
Do you remember if it was someone associated with the establishment?
Yeah, it was either the manager or Mimi. I'm not sure.
What did the individual from the establishment tell you about a contract?
Objection, asked and answered. He already said he doesn't remember.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
That's not what he said. What he said is he didn't remember if it was Rico or if it was Mimi. He did not say if he did not remember the contents of that conversation. And that was what the question was.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so I'll ask my question again, investigator. The individual who mentioned to you that there was some kind of contract, what did they say to you about this contract?
Oh, that it was a private, a private party event, private party that was that they had agreed to or allowed to happen so many times a month, and were paid a sum to let that happen, and that was it.
Did they say if this contract did they say how long this contract was going on for?
No, he said a couple months. He didn't get. I didn't have a specific time.
Board's indulgence. That's it. No further questions.
Mr. Klein.
Yes. Good afternoon, Investigator Peru.
Afternoon, sir.
So you've been you were an ABC investigator how long? 11 years, I think you said?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've been detailed almost exclusively to cannabis for a period of time?
Most recently, yes.
How long has that been?
I've been doing both duties for the last 4 years. Exclusively, maybe 3 weeks.
Okay. Exclusively 3 weeks ago from today, you started doing it exclusively.
Meaning I'm no longer responsible for my alcohol team, is what I mean.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. And during the course of your time as an investigator, you were in Power nightclub maybe half a dozen times?
Maybe.
You were there? You were there when Power nightclub was in operation as a nightclub, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
And more than once?
Yes.
All right. 10 times, 20 times? What's your recollection?
Maybe a handful, maybe 5 or 6 times, maybe over the years.
Okay, so half a dozen is not unfair, is it?
No.
And the times that you were there, Mimi was always there, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Mimi being Miss Bayeni, correct? Who's on today? Just so we're all
Yes.
clear for the record. Yes. And she's pretty hands-on as an operator, isn't she?
I would say so. Yes.
All right. But she wasn't present on October 3rd, was she?
She was not.
In fact, this event was run by a well-known operator, Miami Breeze Depot, wasn't it?
I do not know if they were in fact operating that, but based on the signage that I saw, they were involved somehow. Yes.
You were a police officer before an ABC investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then an ABC investigator for 11 years. So based on what you saw, and I think you testified to it earlier, this was a Miami Breeze Depot event, wasn't it?
I cannot say if it was their event or not.
Okay, but you're aware that they run events all over town. I think you previously testified to it.
I'm aware of one location that they're operating out of. Yes.
And that's the only location you're aware that they're operating out of?
Currently, yes. I'm only aware of one.
But they've done pop-ups at other locations, haven't they?
Not that I've been involved in, sir.
Are you aware of whether you've been involved in them or not?
No, I'm not aware of that name coming up as a pop-up.
You seem to have a lot of familiarity with them, so you only know them at the one location that you're talking about?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think it was.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer, they can. Their question pending.
There was, yeah, and it was objected to, and I'm waiting for it to be answered.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
Sure, of course. So it's now your testimony that you're only aware of Miami Breeze operating at one other location.
Correct. I'm aware because of an MPD report that occurred and an incident occurred on North Capitol Street that they then advised me and called me about. That's how I recognized and knew the name.
Okay. And do you know who is behind Miami Breeze Depot? Is it someone named Thomas Jackson?
Oh, I have no idea, but thank you. I did not know.
Okay. Now, you've previously testified you were in Power nightclub maybe half a dozen times when it operated as a nightclub, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, that operation as a nightclub does not constitute any continuing imminent danger to public safety, does it?
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
The question calls for a legal conclusion to ask Investigator Peru to make the decision that this board is being asked to make if an imminent danger is being posed.
I'll withdraw it and lay a foundation.
Okay.
Investigator, as we've had you testify several times, you've been an investigator for 11 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of your jobs is to do investigations of ABC establishments, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the event that you find an ABC establishment is operating in a manner that constitutes a threat to public safety, it's your job to investigate and write a report, isn't it?
It is.
All right. So you have to make the initial determination, even though the board may ultimately decide from a legal standpoint, whether, in your opinion, the operation constitutes a threat to public safety, correct?
Objection. Same objection.
Mr. Chair, I don't understand. This is part of his job. I mean, this is what he does. It's not binding on the board. The board will make their own decision, but the initial determination is made by the ABC investigator.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Let the witness answer the question if he can.
All right. So the question is, based on your half a dozen or so visits to this establishment operating as a nightclub, do you believe that the continued operation of that nightclub constitutes a threat to public safety?
I have not had an investigation at this nightclub personally. And an investigation gathers facts and evidence and then presented in a report document, obviously to the ABC board. I have not personally had any investigations at Power Nightclub until this incident.
So you have no opinion on that?
Correct.
So you went to Power Nightclub about 6 times, according to your testimony, and you may have seen things that you think constitute a continuing threat to public safety?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion, measuring the witness.
Mr. Klein, I'm not quite sure where we're going here.
Mr. Chair, the witness is an experienced ABC investigator. Part of his job is to go in and see how establishments are run and whether there's anything of concern. If there was something that constituted a continuing threat to public safety, I'm asking him, did he see anything like that? And if he did, we'll get to what is it? If not, then we want to know that too. I mean, that's what this case is about. Part of it. Does this establishment, Power Nightclub, constitute a continuing threat to public safety?
Can I respond?
Sure, sir.
The question of the case is about if there is an imminent danger to public safety. It is not about Investigator Peru's opinion of if there is an imminent danger or not. It is for the board to decide. This is not relevant. This is badgering the witness. And this is asking for a legal conclusion.
I'll ask it another way.
Continue.
I will withdraw it and ask it another way. Investigator Peru, during your 6 or so visits to Power Nightclub, when it was operating as a nightclub, did you observe anything that would lead you to believe that the establishment constituted a continuing threat to public safety?
Objection, relevance. This question is not about any of the other 6 visits that Mr. Klein is asking about. This question is about what took place on October 3rd.
Why is this
Not
relevant,
correct.
why is this?
That's not correct, Mr. Chair. It's not a proper statement of the law.
So why is this relevant, sir?
It's relevant because the government's burden is to show that one of its burdens in this case is to show that Power nightclub constitutes a continuing threat to public safety, whether during its normal course of operations, which apparently were observed by investigator Peru several times, constituted such a threat, is certainly relevant to the board's determination, because this isn't about punishing this establishment for what happened on one day. This is a determination as to whether this operator should be allowed to continue operating as a nightclub, because the board is charged with making sure that it doesn't continue if it constitutes a continuing threat to public safety. The only testimony we've heard is about a cannabis event that was admittedly at the premises, but tenuously connected to the operator of this establishment. So I think it's very important for the board and the board members to understand what was observed in the normal operation of this club, because absent this event, I think that's all we have is the normal operation of this nightclub.
Respond.
Sure, sir.
The board has access to Investigator Peru's report. The board has access to the notice that was filed in this case. None of these facts allege anything about the previous visits by Investigator Peru. There are no allegations that any of these other instances are being alleged as constituting imminent harm. It is irrelevant to question Investigator Peru about them now.
Mr. Chair, if Mr. Chenji is conceding that the continued operation of the establishment as a nightclub does not constitute a threat to public safety, I'll simply move on.
There is no contestation, Mr. Chair. It is not relevant.
It is relevant. It's absolutely relevant. It goes to the core of what the board is supposed to decide today.
All right. I believe that the Investigator Peru has answered the question previously. I think what Investigator Peru, you've asked a question, Investigator Peru basically said that he wasn't aware of prior incidents. So, I mean, I don't know where we're going with this.
All right. If the board thinks it's exhausted, then I guess the point is made. I don't think he ever really answered the question that I asked him as to whether in his experience as an investigator, there is anything that he observed during his visits to Power Nightclub that would cause him to believe the continued operation of the establishment constitutes a threat to public safety. I don't think we ever got an answer to that. I asked it like 5 different ways. It got objected to. And it's something he can certainly testify to. It's not binding on the board. The board will make their own determination. But as an investigator, it's a determination that he makes every day when he goes out, whether investigating ABC licensed establishments or cannabis establishments, as to what's going on. Is there something that's a flag here? Is there something we should look at?
Mr. Klein, I believe that's more appropriate for closing, sir. So, I mean, I expect that in the closing argument for you to make that argument.
All right, fine. Then I'll move on to something else. Investigator Peru, you prepared this investigative report, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was prepared when everything was fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the report is accurate and complete, and it was so when you drafted it, to the best of your knowledge. Is that right?
To the best of my knowledge.
All right. So that's why you affixed your signature to it. Right?
I'm not sure what we're referring to, sir.
Well, you signed the report attesting that it's true and complete to the best of your knowledge, right?
Oh, yes, I signed the report, yes.
Okay. All right. All right, now let's talk for a minute about pop-ups. Is it your position that all pop-ups are cannabis events?
No, not at all. Pop-ups could be anything.
They can be all kinds of events, can't they?
Yes.
They can be birthday parties, they can be temporary legal retail stores, all sorts of things, right?
Sure, that term can be
Also
used.
speculation.
Doesn't call for speculation. What's he speculating about?
He's asking a physical question.
I'm asking about his knowledge, Mr. Chair.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. I believe that the witness can. I think we're asking for a definition of what a pop-up is, so I believe the witness can testify, can talk about that. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
All right. So just so we're clear, pop-ups are not limited to cannabis events, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right, great. Now, there was a mitigation plan that was prepared and submitted. Has that been shared with you? Have you seen that was submitted on behalf of this applicant?
No, sir. In reference to this incident, sir?
Yeah, in terms of mitigating and addressing concerns that there might be with respect to activity at these premises.
No, sir. I've not seen it.
Okay. But as an investigator, one of the things that you do, in addition to investigate, is in appropriate circumstances, work with establishments to make sure that their continuing operations are not disruptive and do not cause threats to public safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're doing that now in your cannabis job, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we commend and thank you for that. It's important work.
Thank you.
Now, this event, I think you already testified that this event did not occur during the quote normal hours of this business establishment, right?
Normal hours, yeah. It was it was on a Thursday, and the sun was still up. Yes.
And normally, in your experience, that's not when Power Nightclub operates, is it?
It is not.
In fact, that was one of the things that caused this to be on the radar of enforcement officials, the hours during which this was operating.
I believe that MPD was concerned. MPD's concern was drawn from that. Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. I don't have any further questions of the witness at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions by any board member?
You have a few.
Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Mr. Peru, how many of the people that were arrested, how many people were arrested that day?
Only the one individual.
Just one. And that person wasn't a customer, but was operating it?
Unsure if what their role was.
And those cases that were staged where the bottle service usually would be, were they removable, or did they seem as if they were stationed there, meaning they would not easily be moved in a moment's notice?
I mean, they're pretty heavy, but they were stationed there for the day for sure.
You're saying they could be moved. That was a temporary setup.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
So who asked that question? I apologize, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peru, thank you for your work, your service, and your testimony here today. I want you, if you could, to describe the best way to put this from my perspective. Could you describe your response when you saw the firearms in the building, and can you describe the level of potential danger that you may be putting yourself in when you see such weaponry?
Yes, I mean, as Mr. Klein pointed out, formerly I was a uniformed police officer in Las Vegas. I've been around firearms a lot. I was quite surprised and shocked to see that type of assault rifle inside. I thought in my head that we were sitting ducks outside with those windows there, that they could have decided to shoot upon myself and the police, and that we were all at risk for, a very potentially very bad situation that could have ended up, fatal. So yeah, definitely had concerns. This cannabis industry protection. It's been known that individuals that are dealing with cannabis, mushrooms, and other narcotics across the board, to protect themselves and their product and their cash, they will carry weapons as well as unlicensed, unregistered weapons.
Thank you for that. Just a couple of other questions related to that one. So I understand that you go in and do investigations quite often. And I also know that there's a variety of agencies that accompany you. Um, is it true or not true that MPD is accompanying you on every investigation? Is that true or not true?
MPD is there for every inspection, correct?
Okay, got you. Okay, all right.
Well, let me back up some. I'm sorry. For every task force inspection, MPD is there with me. Yes.
Sure, but on I guess a standard inspection, are you always accompanied by MPD?
No, no.
Okay, okay. So there is a scenario where you could have gone into an establishment where there were weapons such as the one that you found without MPD being with you as well.
100%.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, any questions based on the questions asked by the board?
I don't have questions, Mr. Chair. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Gente?
Yes. Investigator Peru, you were asked about pop-ups on cross-examination. When you were speaking with the owner on October 3rd, and she mentioned pop-ups, what did you understand pop-ups in that context to mean?
Objection. Number one, asked and answered. Number two, talk about calling for speculation. She said what he said. He heard what he heard. He's testified what she said. What he understood it to mean, he's already testified what he understood it to mean. He knows what pop-ups are. They're a variety of different things.
Can I respond?
Sure, sir.
If Mr. Klein was allowed to explore this in cross-examination, what Investigator Peru's understanding is of what pop-ups can be generally, I can ask him about what he understood it to mean in these conversations with these individuals.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, sir.
When you were speaking with the owner that day, Investigator Peru, and she mentioned pop-ups to you, what did you understand pop-ups to mean in that context?
I was referring to cannabis.
Thank you, Investigator. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peru, for your testimony. Does the government have any other witness?
No, government has no other witnesses and rests its case in chief.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, we'll call the principal of both respondents, Ms. Bayani.
Ms. Bayani, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I need you to unmute yourself, ma'am, and respond.
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness.
All right, will you state your full name for the record, please?
First name Abeba, ABCA. Last name Bayena, BEYENE.
And what's your connection to the establishment known as Power Nightclub?
I'm a sole owner of the nightclub
And how long have you been the owner and operator of that nightclub?
for 8 years, since 2016.
All right, I think, ma'am, I think you're on two lines, so I need you to disconnect from, if you're on another line, I need you to disconnect the other line that you're on, ma'am.
All right. And during those 8 years, have you operated the establishment relatively without incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also an applicant for a cannabis cultivation license through another entity, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been an applicant? How long have you been pursuing that application?
He was submitted at the end of 2023.
Okay. Now, we've heard the premises described or the building described as a very large building. Would you tell the board how it's laid out, how it's broken up, and what your intentions are with respect to the two businesses?
The building, it has Unit A, Unit B. Unit A being the nightclub. Unit B is a cultivation center.
Okay. And are the nightclub activities confined to Unit A?
Yes.
All right. Now you've heard a lot of discussion. We just had a lot of discussion about pop-up events. Is that right? Did you hear that,
Yes.
that testimony? What is your understanding, and what did you mean when you said, well, I have to do pop-up events?
Mostly private events. We do have, not every day, but we do have different events at daytime.
So this is daytime when the nightclub is closed?
Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
we're going to come back to that in a minute. Now, no, let's focus on that. These daytime events, do you make any arrangements with respect to the nightclub facility for these daytime events?
Yes.
What do you do?
I mean, some of the events, alcohol is not involved. So the bar will be locked, just like it was for this event that I'm on the board for. Some of them involve a liquor sale, because my license allow me to open during the day. Some days I do have events, liquor licenses involved, and we sell liquor. Some of the events we don't.
Okay. And this event on October 3rd, were there liquor sales involved in that?
No.
So what was done on that day, if you know, with respect to the bar and the alcohol?
I apologize. Can you repeat your question, Sandro?
What was done, if you know, on that day, on October 3rd, with respect to the alcohol in the premises?
Alcohol is locked. The bar is completely locked, covered. No one have access of the bar
Okay.
unless you
Now-
have a key to get in.
All right. Now these events that you do during the day, do you enter into any sort of agreements concerning these events?
Most of them, yes. Most of them have we draft a contract.
You have a contract. You have a written contract?
Most of the events we do, we have contracts.
All right. Mr. Chair, would you allow Mr. Mixon privileges to share his screen, please?
Sure. Mr. Oriana, please allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have access.
Thank you.
We're going to ask that these documents be denoted as Licensees Exhibit 1. Miss Vianney, what are we looking at here?
This is the contracts that we always have with everyone who do events, private events with us.
All right, let's, Mr. Mixon, let's scroll to the last one. Let's work backwards to frontwards. So, no, I want the earliest one.
The earliest. Okay.
Okay. Do you know what that? Can you identify that, Miss Vianney?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a contract.
And what was do you know the nature of the event?
This was for Harmony Pride. It was a baby shower event.
The baby shower event. Okay. All right.
This baby shower event.
Mr. Mixon, can you scroll to the bottom or the next page? All right. And did you sign that as landlord?
Yeah, that's my, yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the next one. What is this?
This is also another event.
And what was that?
Okay, I'm having a hard time.
Would you like me to zoom in?
Okay.
Do you like it zoomed in, Miss Vianney?
Yes. I think
So what was this event?
This is a birthday.
A birthday. All right. Next page, Mr. Mixon. Scroll down, please. And is that your signature? Did you sign this agreement?
Yes.
All right. All right. Keep scrolling, Mr. Mixon.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to object. Are these documents being submitted into evidence, or what's
Yeah.
Mr. Yes, counsel stated that he's going to have the document submitted.
Yes.
Well, have these been officially offered into evidence for the board because we haven't had an opportunity to object to them?
Well, we're going to admit them after she identifies them. That's the way it goes, doesn't it?
So this is all one exhibit?
Yeah, we did it as one exhibit.
Withdrawn at this time.
Okay.
All right. And this is another agreement?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And this was a corporate event, staff appreciation, according to the text in it?
Yes.
Mr. Mixon, next page, bottom, please. Is that your signature or you signed this agreement?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm having
Yes.
trouble here.
Yes.
Miss Vianney, you are echoing. Do you have two devices open? No?
No.
That only happens when two devices open, and I don't, because it only happens when she's speaking, so it's not one of us, so it's coming from her end. Are you logged in twice, ma'am? Are you logged in twice to this hearing? Initially, when this
Yes.
hearing, well, you need to log off one, ma'am. Initially, when this hearing started, I saw your name appeared on my screen twice. So I need you to log off the other device. You're fine here. We can see you, whatever whatever device you're using that we're looking at, you can stay on that device. The other device you're using, I ask that you log off that device, ma'am. Or is there someone else there log in? Maybe that's what. Is there someone else in your location who's also logged in, ma'am? All right, let's try again.
All right. So this is your signature as well, correct? Ms. Bayani?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mixon, the next one. This next one was a Mother's Day brunch. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Fine.
Mr.
Trying to move us along. Ms. Bayani, can you look at this facility event agreement? Do you recognize it?
Mr. Chair, can you please have an opportunity to rule on the objection before Mr. Klein has decided what's going on?
I think he rephrased the question, sir. I think he agreed with you that it was a leading question, and he has rephrased his question. So, all right.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bayani, what's this document?
It's also another rental agreement
And what was this one for?
for daytime for Mother's Day.
All right. Mr. Mixon, can you scroll to the next page? Who signed this agreement?
One of the managers.
One of the managers. Okay. All right. Can we scroll to the next one, please? What is this, Ms. Bayani?
Oh, I do before the school open, I do give away for kids events.
Okay. Scroll the next page, Mr. Mixon, please. Is that your signature?
Yes.
All right. Next document, please. And what is this?
This one is a graduation.
Did you say graduation party?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Mixon, scroll to the next page, please. And who signed this one?
Rico Galloway, one of the managers.
Okay. And scroll to the next one, Mr. Mixon, please. What's this one?
This one also another Father Day events.
All right. Now, before we get to the next one, are these the events that you were referring to as pop-ups?
Yes.
Move to the next one, Mr. Mixon. Or actually the next page. Is that your signature?
Yes.
All right. And the next one. And what's this one?
This was also another event, annual silver tournament cultural festival for Ethiopian and Eritrean women.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, scroll to the next page, please.
Hold on a minute, please. Hold on. I'm having a hard time hearing, and I know the court reporter is going to have a hard time hearing.
Yeah, I have someone who's helping me.
There is another line, ma'am. The only time we have this type of response is when there is another line open. There is someone there with you. There is no way, ma'am, if you are the only person who's online, that we should be hearing this feedback. And that's what I keep on saying to you, is that you're still on.
I'm not
Ma'am, please. You are still logged in on a mobile device, and you're logged in on a computer. You need to log off the mobile device that you're logged onto. That's all ma'am. This is for your own benefit. Ma'am, listen to me, ma'am. I need to hear what you're saying. The court reporter need to capture what you're saying in the transcript. And we're telling you, you're logged in on a computer, and you're also logged in on a mobile device. It should not be that difficult. Yes, ma'am. It should not. Now she's gone.
Oops.
She showed me her phone and then she's gone. When she comes back, Mr. Klein, she is logged in twice.
Well,
She's
she's
logged
still
in
logged
twice.
in as her. There was previously a telephone number that was logged in, and I was trying to see whether that was her. No, that person's still logged in. Beg the board's indulgence.
That's fine. So I was just saying, on the attendee log, she is logged in twice. That's what it is. She is logged in twice on the attendees log. Okay.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Board Member Quinn.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we consider a break while we coordinate with the witness?
All right. How long? All right. It's 4:26. Okay, we're off the record for 10 minutes. I try not to break in the middle of testimony. That's one of the reasons why. So I try, like, in the middle of a testimony, not to break. But since she's having some technological issues, it's 4:27. We're off the record until 4:30, 4:35.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Mimi, speak. Can't hear you. Speak.
Mr.
Are you
Klein,
on
we can,
mute?
Mr. Klein, we can hear you.
I know you can. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
but
to.
I want you to know that we can hear you. That's all.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right.
Mimi, I need to have you speak to see if we can hear you. Not hearing you. Are you on mute?
You should check her audio source, microphone source, by clicking the up caret next to mute.
Thanks.
And
That's
then she
helpful.
will see what her microphone is set to, and maybe switch to an alternate.
Got it. Yep. Thank you. That's helpful. Mimi, did you hear that? You're on mute. The box is checked. It says can't hear you. Go to at the bottom where it says mute, where there's a little microphone, and click on it. It says audio options, and you should have a choice of microphones to use. You see that? You see what I mean?
If all else fails, just log off and log back on. See if that helps.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, good. Don't do anything. Speak again. I want to make sure it's not echoing. Mimi, speak again.
Yes, Mr. Andrew. I'm here.
Much better. Great. Perfect.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Let's just wait till they come back. We'll be ready to go. Great.
You can mute your line and you can go off camera until we'll be back on the record at 4:35. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I'm back on the record. We're back on the record. All right. I'm hoping that the technical issues have been corrected. Mr. Klein, you can go forward.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
Mr. Chair, before we continue, I am going to raise an objection. I
What
believe
is that,
before
sir?
Ms. Abebe got cut off, she had said that there was someone else in the room with her. And I think that the board needs to inquire about if there's someone else sitting in the room with her, who that person is and what their purpose is, to avoid any potential witness coaching that could be going on.
Well,
There's someone in the room with me too, my dog.
all right. There's somebody in the room with her, but the beauty of this, though, is that the lines were open, and I've not heard any coaching. I've heard many other things, but I've not heard another voice. And I think so. I mean, I can't tell her she can't have anyone in the room with her, but it is not obvious or apparent to me that she's being coached because we would have heard. And if I'd heard, I would have raised the objection. The only thing I would say, ma'am, is that I need you to testify, and I do not need anyone to provide you any guidance, and I do not need anyone to provide you any type of information in testifying. I need you to testify and give testimony to the best of your abilities, ma'am. And if I hear anyone, if I see like anyone's passing your note, or I get any idea that someone is speaking to you, feeding you information, we'll address this issue as we move forward. But it's not apparent to me that although there's someone there, that they're coaching her.
Mr. Chair, may I be heard just to make my record? I understand.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I believe what Ms. Abebe said before she got cut off was, there is someone in the room with me, he is helping me. That is indicating that there is potential coaching going on. And as you just indicated, Mr. Chair, coaching does not have to be verbal. Notes can be passed to one another. Individuals can shake their head yes or no to signal what type of response should be given. It's just because somebody is being heard verbally does not mean that there is no coaching going on, especially if there's another person that we cannot see present on this call.
Hold on 1 minute. I believe, and this is how I took it, that the person was helping her with the technical issues, because I think that's what I saw. And that's the first time I realized that someone was there, is when someone came in front of her computer to assist her. From what I'm seeing, she's looking directly at her computer, and as far as I see, we have had her attention, and it's not apparent to me that anyone is providing her that type of information. But I'm just putting the witness a notice that I need you to testify. No one can pass any notes to you. No one can provide any information to you, and that you are testifying from your own recollection of what's going on, ma'am. Okay. Okay. All right. For the record, the government's objection has been noted.
Ms. Fiani, just for the record, is the testimony that you're giving today your testimony? You have to answer out loud. Oh, God. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is anybody coaching you and telling you how to answer these questions?
I want to answer when the computer, when I couldn't figure
Just
out
answer my
what
question.
happened. No.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. All right. Mr. Mixon, we were in the middle of looking at a document when we ran into these technical issues. Can you bring that back up, please?
Resharing my screen.
All right. And so scroll to the previous page so we can get some continuity here, Mr. Mixon, and we can remember where we are. So this was the soccer tournament and cultural festival?
Yes.
Sorry, leading, withdrawn. What is this document?
This is a contract between me and between the venue and people who rented from me.
All right. And what was it for?
This one, I believe, a soccer tournament is a cultural event.
Okay. And did that one span a couple days?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Next page, please, Mr. Mixon. And you signed this document?
Yes.
All right. Scroll to the next one. And what is this document?
This is a contract that we use as well. This is for Miami Breathe, which is the person in this case.
Is this the person who was running the event on October 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, scroll to the next page, please. And who signed this agreement?
Rico Galloway, he's a journal manager.
All right. Now, I'm going to move, let me move all these first. I'll move this exhibit into evidence and see if the government has any objection. Mr. Chair, we're moving it.
Okay, so this is exhibit 1, and how many pages?
Mr. Mixon, can you tell us how many pages it is?
18 pages in total, Mr. Chair.
And that's just basically a series of rental agreements.
Yes.
Government.
We do object to the entrance of this all as one exhibit, Mr. Chair. As we scroll through all of these documents, all of them except for the 9th and final one are not relevant. Any agreements with any other individuals that do not encompass the date and time of the October 3rd investigation aren't going to be relevant to today's proceedings. Additionally, I believe even a couple of those contracts, including this one, was actually signed by Ms. Viette. But at the very least, we do certainly object to contracts 1 through 8, first 16 pages as irrelevant.
So you said contract 1 through 8. There were so you're saying because they were earlier, an earlier period in time.
These other events do not appear to be associated with whoever the other individual was that Ms. Viette had this contract with, that encompasses the date and time for this case. And the contracts themselves do not encompass the date and time for this case. They have no relevance and no bearing on this case.
Mr. Klein?
Mr. Chair, then I guess I don't understand the government's case or what it is the government's attempting to prove. Their position is a couple things. One is that this establishment constitutes a continuing threat to public safety. And as part of that case, it was introduced that she was doing pop-ups, and those were cannabis pop-ups. This evidence goes directly to the fact that, and she testified that her understanding of pop-up events was something different than just cannabis events. And these agreements are evidence that indeed there are other events that had nothing to do with cannabis.
Mr. Chandy, any final comment before I make my ruling?
These contracts, we have no way of knowing if these contracts constitute the entirety of the records that are going on. They can be specifically cherry-picked by the establishment in order to pick the ones that do not reflect any use of cannabis. And I believe, unfortunately, the government hasn't had a chance to review these documents before they were presented on the screen right now today. But even this last contract here only refers to as, I believe the description on the first page was party. There's no reference to cannabis, but as the evidence has clearly shown throughout the government's case in chief, and thank you, Mr. Mason. Yes, to occupy, make use. It just says the party is to make use of the main section of the venue, and in fact, the use of venue says pop-up event, setting this as a different description than some of those other contracts that Mr. Klein was referring to. But we don't know if these other contracts encompass the entirety of the contracts that this establishment has, or if they're specifically cherry-picked to just avoid any mention of cannabis. And the government is essentially put in a position that it has to deal with what is just bolstering evidence for the establishment when we have no way of knowing if this is a complete record of what's going on at the establishment. I don't think that we have any objection to the final contract, but these contracts 1 through 8, they're not relevant.
I mean, I believe that you can cross-examine the witness on those documents. I do have some concerns about the testimony in those documents. I believe I'm going to ask the witness. So I'm going to allow the documents into evidence. I mean, unfortunately, when we do these summary suspension, there is nothing in the law that says that we have to disclose documents have to be disclosed at a period of time so you can see them prior. But so I'm going to allow them in, and I would you can vigorously cross-examine the witness about her testimony in these contracts. So, but I'll allow them in.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, can I just ask that Mr. Mixon email me this contract? Otherwise, we're going to be relying on him to present if I intend to use these documents for examination.
So we'll have Mr. Klein. Can we have the documents sent to the government, please?
Yeah, Mr. Mixon will do that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it would be good to also share it with the agency, to ABCA, send a copy to ABCA Legal, so we will also have a copy of the documents.
Sure, happy to do that.
Thank you.
Sending that now. Is my screen still needed?
No. All right, Ms. Vianney. So this last contract is the one that covered this event on October 3rd, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware, did you know, you didn't sign this contract, right?
No.
Were you aware when it was entered into?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of the purpose of the use of the premises at that point?
I have both my managers book events all the time. I have no understanding that this is a pop-up cannabis event until towards the end of the contract.
And how did you come to find out that it involved cannabis?
Prior to about 2 weeks prior to this incident, my landlord of the building, and electrician and a contractor who's building the cultivation center, we enter the basement because the basement is where the power comes out for both establishments. That's my first time noticing what they're doing.
Okay. And what did you learn at that point?
They're using it as cannabis pop-up event.
Okay. And what did you do about that at that point?
One of my journal manager, he's been with me for the past 8 years. I contacted him because he's the one who booked this event. He's the one who did the contract. And I told him, even my landlord was with me at that time. So this is illegal activity. I cannot be able to do that. And you gotta stop it immediately. And that's when he let me know they're signed. I had a contract with them. And the contract is mostly to store some display, but they did a few events between the time they rented. So he said, I cannot be able to stop them now, but the contract will be over in a few days. And I already let them know that they have to go find another place. This cannot
And who was that manager?
Rico Galloway.
And is he still employed by you?
No, I terminated him after this event.
Now, the contract recites that you're going to be paid, that Power is going to be paid a certain sum of money, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you involved in any way in the cannabis pop-up operation that was taking place on that day?
Absolutely not.
Did you share the profits? Were you involved in any way in receiving any funds from that?
Absolutely not.
Were you involved in managing the event in any way?
Absolutely not. No.
All right. Is that something that you would do again?
Objection.
I have never done this.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold
sorry.
on. What's the nature of the objection?
Testimony about a potential subsequent remedial action by Miss Biene is not relevant.
It's absolutely relevant. What we're here to determine is to whether her business constitutes a continuing threat to public safety. It's absolutely relevant.
Subsequent remedial actions as a general principle of law are not admissible.
We're in an administrative proceeding. We are talking about what this licensee is going to do with her business from here on out, because the board's got to make a determination as to whether she should be entrusted with an ABC license and whether she should be allowed to operate. So certainly her intentions at the establishment, I'm not sure there's anything more relevant than that to the question that's before the board.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
All right. So is this something you would do in the future?
This is something I've never done before, and it will never happen again.
Okay. Or let's talk about that. So there were some testimony that there were some other events. Did this ever go on before the period of this agreement in your establishment?
Never. I've been in that building since 2016. Except recent year, the ANC commissioner is my regular person who comes in and out all the time. MPD comes and investigators visit the establishment. Nothing ever happened. I run a clean business for the past 8 years.
All right. And going forward, what are your intentions with respect to your business?
Number one, it will never be an event when I'm not present. Number two, anything to do with any illegal activity in any type of form will never take place in the establishment.
Okay, so when you say that you're going to be present, that means for daytime events as well?
Nighttime, I'm always there. The investigator, anybody will tell you, I open and close nighttime. I'm always there. And it's just never a day. I don't even take vacation. Daytime, I'm not. So moving forward, if I ever do any daytime event, I have to be present from the beginning to the end.
All right. Now, you're aware that a remediation plan was created and submitted to the Board and Government's Council, are you not?
Meeting.
I am.
I'm sorry.
An introductory question. I mean, it's leading. She answered it. You are. Were you involved in the preparation of that remediation plan?
Yes,
Or you're aware of what's in it?
yes,
Are you committed to abiding by the conditions of that remediation plan?
absolutely, yes.
And so just to be clear, you didn't run a cannabis pop-up operation in your building.
No, no, absolutely not.
All right. That's all I have at this time.
Mr. Tenti.
Ms. Vianney, let's talk about your business.
Yes,
You run a clean business on direct
Yes.
examination just now, right?
yes,
You just testified that you didn't know that cannabis was going to be sold when this contract was entered into with Power Nightclub. Isn't that right?
I did. Yes, sir.
And so you did learn about it eventually, didn't you?
I did.
But it wasn't on October 3rd, was it?
It's not. It wasn't.
You learned about it several weeks before October 3rd.
A couple of weeks before.
You said that's when you went into the establishment yourself.
Yes, me and my landlord and some workers, electrician and other people.
At that time, you went into the basement of your establishment
Yes,
and you saw evidence of cannabis present in the establishment, didn't you?
I did.
And so when you saw that, you didn't call the police.
You're right. I didn't. I spoke to my general manager to talk to the person who rented out the space and to find a place. And cannot happen there.
You didn't call ABCA, did you?
No,
You didn't call the individuals that you had entered into this contract with, did you? When you discovered their cannabis in your premises?
the manager is the one who dealt with this particular contract, and my general manager is the one who spoke to this Thomas Jackson.
Now, I understand that the manager might have dealt with them, but
Yes.
you yourself didn't call them when you discovered their cannabis at your establishment, did you?
No, my manager did.
So you contacted your manager when you discovered this?
Yes, he's the one who booked this particular event.
And you told him that that wasn't appropriate, right?
I did.
That you didn't want to have cannabis in the establishment?
Absolutely not. I have a lot to lose in the building.
You told the manager to contact the individuals who had been a part of this agreement with you.
Yes.
You're saying that the manager did that?
Yes, he did that.
Manager didn't tell them to leave, did they?
The manager told them this cannot
Objection.
happen.
How would she know? Wait. Objection. How does she know what the manager told him?
She can. It's her manager. I'm going to overrule the objection. If she can answer, she can answer. If she can't, she can.
Everything we asked this witness was speculation. She's really being asked to speculate here.
It's her manager. She should be able to know. So let's overrule the objection. She can answer the question if she can.
I told the manager to tell the person who's on a contract to leave.
You told the manager to tell those individuals in the contract to leave.
Yes.
Did you tell him to say that they needed to leave right away?
Right away. I did. Not only just me, My landlord was with me when I did that.
Did the manager do that?
I'm not sure the conversation they had between each other, but he's been with me. He's been the manager of the establishment for 8 years, and he always listened to what I tell him. So I assume he did.
When did you tell him that he needed to tell the people in this contract to leave?
I can't tell you the exact date. My landlord, the building owner, electrician, architect, and also the contractor for the cultivation center, we went to the basement to check the electric power so we can contact Pepco to up the electric power.
I'm going to bring you back to my question.
Yes, sir.
When did you tell? Withdraw. So, Ms. Vianney.
Yes, sir.
After you instructed your manager to tell these individuals to leave immediately, they didn't do that, did they?
They didn't, because of the contract he signed. They didn't.
You say because of the contract he signed, they didn't, but withdraw. You discovered this a couple weeks before the inspection. Did you go back to your establishment between the date that you discovered this marijuana in your establishment and the date of October 3rd?
I go to my establishment Friday night and Saturday night. The night, Friday night, I open and close. Saturday night, I open and close.
Did you check to see if the cannabis was still there?
There was nothing there. There was nothing there.
The individuals who were involved in this contract, you say that they came back though, right?
I didn't understand your questions.
You're saying that they came back to your establishment after you had gone and seen that there was nothing there.
Yeah, the contract was supposed to end October 6th. And then I believe, I'm not sure the date that when I observed what was happening. I believe it was about a week and a half to 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. But the Friday and Saturday, I go there for the night event that I've had every week. There was nothing there.
These individuals in this contract, they accessed your establishment because they had keys to get in, didn't they?
My manager.
Your manager gave them keys.
My manager has access of he's been with me since I started. So my manager has a key. I have a key. 2 of my managers, in fact, and the cleaning. I have a cleaning staff also key, but my manager is the one who opened for them.
The manager that you're talking about here is that manager Rico, right?
Yeah, Rico Gawe.
The same Rico that you told to not let these individuals back in the establishment?
Yes.
So every time that they came in, they had Rico let them in?
He has a key, yes.
Is it your understanding that on October 3rd, they got into the establishment because Rico let them in?
Yes.
When Rico let them in on October 3rd, was this after you instructed him to tell them to
Started
bring
him, yes, prior to that, yes.
Ms. Biene, I'm going to share my screen with what is in evidence here as Respondent's Exhibit 1. Ms. Biene, all 9 of these documents in this exhibit, these are contracts for your establishment, right?
Yes.
These contracts are supposed to let individuals come in and make use of your space?
Yes, but they don't get key. They don't have a key.
Earlier on direct, you said that going forward, you would be sure to be there for every private event.
Yes.
Were you there for private events before this incident?
Daytime, most of the events, either I have 2 managers who have ABRA license, either Stacia or Rico are there. Sometimes I'm there, but most of the time I deal with the nightlife.
Is it been Power Nightclub's practice for these events that someone from the establishment is always present?
Yes, he open and close for them, yes.
But in the time when the event is happening,
Mhm.
it's not necessarily the case that someone will be there?
I'm not sure.
I want to go through these contracts. This first one that is listed for February 4th of this year, directing you to where it says use of venue. It says it's for a baby shower, right?
Yes, Harmony is somebody I know, yes.
I'm going to direct you to the second document. For the contract, it says it's March 2nd, 20 of this year. This was supposed to be for a birthday party, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It says birthday party in the use of venue section.
Mm-hmm.
Scrolling, directing you to the next contract, for the one on April 27th of this year, where it says use of venue. It's for a corporate event.
Yes.
Directing you to the next contract. For May 12th of this year, it says that the use of venue is brunch for Mother's Day. Is that right?
Yes.
Directing you to the next contract. For the July 27th event, the use of venue here is a back to school drive. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
The next document. For the June 1st event, it says use of venue graduation party, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Directing you to the next event. The June 16th event, it says its use of venue is brunch for Father's Day, right?
Yes.
The next contract. This event, and you said it on direct examination, spanned for a couple of days, didn't it?
Yeah, some days I lease, I rent the place sometimes for a week, and I've done it for a month as well in the past.
This is for June 29th to July 1st of this year?
This particular one?
Yes.
Yes.
This says use of venue, annual soccer tournament and cultural festival, doesn't it?
Yes.
The next document, the final document. This is the contract that was for the individuals that you found storing cannabis in your establishment, right? Yes. This contract, this one's longer than the other contracts, isn't it?
Most of my contracts are similar.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I say longer, it's for a longer period of time, isn't it?
No, I've done events longer than that. I've done, I can tell you, last year in June, I did Ethiopian soccer tournament the entire month as well.
But you didn't bring the contract for that Ethiopian soccer tournament with you.
I couldn't have access of the building. I have it.
I'm just asking, did you bring it today or not?
I can't. I have no access of my office.
This particular contract is for a month, isn't it?
Yes.
It's from September 6th to October 6th of this year.
Yes.
You're aware that within that time period is the day that Investigator Peru and MPD visited your establishment?
Yes.
Where it says use of venue on this document. This use of venue says pop-up event, doesn't it?
I'm sure, yes.
None of the other contracts that we looked at just now said pop-up event, did they?
I'm not sure. I have to look into it.
That's all right. Stop sharing my screen. Ms. Biani, you've had an alcohol license for several years now, right?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that you have some responsibilities when it comes to running an alcohol license establishment, don't you?
Yes, of course.
And you're aware if you don't follow those responsibilities that there can be action against your license, can't it?
Yes. Yes.
Well, you know that you're responsible to maintain security of your establishment at all times, right?
Yes.
You know that you're not supposed to transfer control of any security to anyone else, any third party, right?
What do you mean by that? Sometimes we hire outside securities.
You know that your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You hired security.
Yes, I do have securities in my payroll. Yes, yes.
But your establishment has to be the one in control of them, right?
Yes, sir.
A promoter can't do that, can they?
No, I don't. No promoter things. Maybe a few times, but they cannot come inside.
Another third party can't control security for you, can they?
No.
On this day, October 3rd, you weren't present at the establishment when MPD and Investigator Peru arrived, were you?
I wasn't.
None of your managers were present when Investigator Peru.
My manager, Rico Galloway, was around that area.
But he wasn't there when MPD and Investigator Peru got there, was he?
I don't think he was inside, but it was around the area, from my understanding.
None of your staff was present when Investigator Peru and MPD arrived on October 3rd, were they?
No, I rented out the space.
None of your security was there when Investigator Peru and MPD arrived, were they?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Piani. I don't have any further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Yes, Ms. Quinn.
Yes, I'm not sure that I heard this, but can you clarify how many of these special events you would typically have during the day? Let's just say this year so far, about how many, if you had to take a guess?
Sometimes, depending, sometimes 2, 3, 4 times a month, sometimes 1 a month. And there are times
Well, let me just help you out. Would you say about 20 this year? You've had about 20?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Meadows?
Yes, good afternoon. It seems that you have been there for 8 years, and you are trying to maximize your space, and so you're trying to use it to create additional revenue. And it's very hard for us to see the contracts when you share them without them here in person. But you mentioned that those 8 contracts that we saw previously, the birthday party or the soccer tournament, or those contracts, those were all signed by you. Is that correct?
No, sir. People who can sign a contract is me and 2 of my managers.
You mentioned Rico and then another
I have
manager.
I have also Stacia. She's
Mhm.
been also with me since the day I opened.
Certainly. And so what was presented just to us, did Stacia sign any of those contracts?
Yes.
Okay. And then Rico signed that final contract, as we saw.
Yes.
And so also I did see on there that you had the dates, and then you had the room rental agreement, the fee basically. Do you have any bank documents to show that the fee was actually paid for those contracts?
I can be able to bring from
I appreciate that. And let's see, hold on, please. Thank you. And then I did have a question also, Chairman Donovan, for General Counsel Mr. Sensi. Can I ask that now?
No, you can't ask.
Okay.
You can only ask questions of the witness as testified.
Okay, and then back to the witness, you mentioned that you mentioned to your manager Rico that once you discovered this illegal marijuana and contraband, that they were not to come back. And so what you are saying is that he did let them back. He went against your wishes. Is that what you are saying?
That's why he lost a job of.
And so he was terminated for that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Hi, how are you, Miss Binet? I'm curious as to your ownership of the building. You own the building, or you have a lease where
I have a lease
that controls the space?
Yes.
And in your lease agreement, you have the ability to sublet to these pop-up shops as you have?
I have agreement to sublease. Yes.
And are there any fixtures inside of the space, such as these cases that you recognize inside that should not be there, or that you did not place there?
No.
All right, no further questions.
I guess a question that I have is that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for you, and I guess the question is, for me, I asked a question earlier to Inspector Peru about the weaponry that was found in the establishment, and I wanted to get your perspective once you were aware that weaponry was found. Like, what was your reaction to that?
sorry. I think, excuse me, that was just devastating. I apologize. The
I'm
reason
sorry.
why.
No worries.
Hold on, ma'am. Do you want us to hold on? Do you want us to take a break?
No, I want to answer this.
All right.
The reason why this was completely devastating for me, everybody who knows me are aware of how strict I am when it comes to any type of weapon coming in the establishment. I'm sure our investigators are aware of this. The way people search outside of my establishment, even though a lot of customer of mine complain, if it's winter time, you have to take your boots out. You can't even wear your shoes. If it's a boot, we have a seat. They have to sit down and remove their boots. I have 3 ways of searching. The first one is, this is every day. The first one is the first security check ID. Most our investigators are aware of this. The person will check ID and use one. The second person will do pat down. Before you enter the building, there is a third person. Every single day I open, the third person, people have to be searched 3 times to enter the establishment every single day. So for me, when I heard about the weapon being inside the establishment, even though the past 8 years I worked so hard maintaining from preventing this type of situation happened, weapon entered my building, it devastates me. It still devastates me because my employees are worried about my, everybody knows, every single person knows how particular I am. That's why I'm always in my door. You have to understand, this is not an area where it's a safe area. It's not a safe area. But I'm always standing outside because I make sure my securities do exactly how I tell them to do. So to answer your question, I apologize to all of you, that was, I think, one of the hardest part for me to accept.
Thank you for that response. And I only intended to ask that question, but your response has prompted me to ask an additional question. And that question is, looking back at the sublease or the subcontract with the people who hosted the event, are there any things that you would have done differently? Are there any things you would have improved on with respect to handling that relationship or that engagement?
First of all, events like that, I'm completely against to it. Completely against to it. I don't entertain it. I've never done it. I'm not willing to do it. Like I mentioned earlier, everything I have, the past 20-something years in this country is in that building. So I have a lot to lose. So I don't make mistakes. And I truly never have. And
thank you. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you. All right. Defense, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any redirect, Mr.
Yes.
Klein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Biani, we reviewed some contracts which were Respondents Exhibit 1. But just to clarify, because I think you touched on it, those aren't all the contracts, are they?
No, I have several contracts, several.
Okay. And so just to be clear, and you said it, but I'm not sure that it was necessarily clear. Why weren't you able to produce the other ones today?
This is the only one I have access to. That's the Mr. Peru, Investigator Peru told me, make sure you don't access that building or any one of your employees have access of the building. So I never went back.
Okay. So you have property in the building that you can't get to.
Oh,
Is
yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And the other events, to your knowledge, did any of them involve, were there contracts for other pop-up events?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were there other prior pop-up events involving cannabis, other than the one that we're here to talk about today?
No.
Okay. And in terms of what was in the space, I want to make sure we're clear on this. You saw the photographs of all the cannabis cases and everything else that was in there?
Yeah, I did.
That are part of the report?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Now, are those your property?
The place is mine, yes.
Right, but those cases, we saw display cases.
No.
So the photographs that we saw, which seemed to contain materials for or displays for marketing cannabis, do you know of those? Had you seen those before?
No, not at all.
Okay, so they're not part of your business operations.
No.
All right. Other than these events that you made your space available for, what's your business? What do you do?
I do have a tavern license. Well, things are different now. Prior to COVID, the place I opened 5 days a week. We have food and alcohol beverages. We do day events. We do night events. I only close Monday and Tuesdays. So back to after COVID, most places around me never came back, but I came back. Like I mentioned, this is all I have. So I opened back up. And at the beginning, the first 6 months was okay. And the business, start going a little bit, mostly the crime around that
Well,
area.
I'm going to stop you because I think we're far afield from my question.
Yeah.
The point is that you run a nightclub, right?
It is a nightclub, yes.
All right. And you've applied for a cannabis cultivation license?
I did, yes.
All right. And you're aware that you can't have any cannabis on the premises until such time as you're properly licensed?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
All right. And do you pledge to the board that that's what you're going to do going forward?
Yes, absolutely.
What's the nature of the objection?
Again, this is pledge for a subsequent remedial measure is not relevant to this case.
It's absolutely relevant, and it's the core of the case. That's what it's all about. That's what these cases are about every time.
I'm going to overrule.
Promises, pledges during a hearing designed to gain information for the board to make a decision.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Let's move on.
I have no further questions of the witness. And we rest.
All right, fine. All right. It's does the government have any rebuttal witness they wish to call?
No rebuttal witnesses. We're ready to proceed to closing arguments.
All right. All right. So go ahead, sir.
Before I proceed, I would just ask that Ms. Meadis be excused. I'll be handling the closing argument. She unfortunately has a flight to catch, and again, did not anticipate how long this hearing would take.
Well, neither did the board. But if she has to leave, thank you for meeting. Thank you for your presence today, ma'am. And I guess we'll be seeing you at another time. Have a great day.
Safe travels.
Go ahead, sir.
And may I reserve 5 minutes for rebuttal, if necessary?
Okay. Since the government has a burden, yes, that's allowable.
May it please the board. Ms. BNA cannot control her business. That much has been made abundantly clear during today's hearing. She cannot control her business because she cannot control what goes on when she's not there. And yet, despite that, Ms. BNA is engaged, as we see through the respondent's own exhibit, in a pattern of leasing out her business to other individuals to allow them to come into her building where only she or a manager or some other supervisor from her staff can let those individuals inside and then leave them in there. That's what happened on October 3rd. But the story, as we learned, doesn't start on October 3rd. It started on September 6th, when Ms. BNA, her manager, person that we learned to be named Rico, entered into a contract with these individuals for a pop-up event. And at this pop-up event, there was sale of cannabis products. And we know it wasn't just on October 3rd, because this was an ongoing, it was a month-long contract. And Ms. BNA told you herself that a couple weeks into that contract, 2 weeks before October 3rd of 2024, she went to visit her own establishment. And she claims that she discovered for the first time in the basement of her business that she's supposed to maintain control of cannabis and cannabis products. And we learned what she did not do. When she saw all of these drugs that she knows should not be in her establishment, she didn't call the police. She knew that she had applied for a cultivation center license, so she herself could manufacture and cultivate cannabis in the District of Columbia. And yet she didn't contact ABCA. She didn't contact the individuals who were running this pop-up event. No, she contacted one of her staff. And what we saw today is that the buck doesn't stop with her. She told her manager that he needed to tell them to leave immediately. But those individuals didn't. What they did was on October 3rd, they opened up on a Thursday afternoon, let individuals inside where they could purchase cannabis products, where they could purchase psilocybin products, and then they would leave. It was obvious enough that MPD could see what was going on. And that's why they called for Investigator Peru, and that's how this investigation got started. You saw the pictures yourself. And members of the board, that case report from Investigator Peru is going to go back with you. Officer Greenberg told you what was seized from this establishment. And it wasn't just cannabis. It was cannabis. It was firearms. It was psilocybin. It was THC wax and resin. And not just a paltry amount, 62 pounds of marijuana. And Officer Greenberg told you, that doesn't include those separately packaged products. No, 62 pounds of flour. An absurd amount. The establishment wants to pawn off responsibility and say, I entered into a contract with this other person. They're the ones that brought it in. I couldn't do anything about it. But the establishment didn't do anything about it. That's the difference. Not that they couldn't. Because apparently, when Ms. Bienne told her manager to tell those people to leave, those individuals, she told you herself, didn't have keys to get inside. The only people who did were her and her managers, who are the only people who could have let the cannabis retailers on October 3rd into the establishment. It was her or it was her managers. She can't control her establishment. She claims that when she went in that weekend after she told them to leave, or after her manager, not her, told them to leave, that there was no cannabis there anymore. And so what does that mean if we're to take her at her word? And she isn't the one who let them in on October 3rd, then one of her managers let these individuals inside of the establishment and let them ferry cannabis products, display cases, and importantly, firearms into the establishment. Now, how do we know that? Well, let's think about it rationally. You were told by Officer Greenberg that there was security outside of the establishment. That security was patting down individuals before they came in. Is it reasonable to assume that security doing pat downs would pat someone down, feel a firearm, and say, go on in? No, it isn't. What's the conclusion that we can draw then? Who brought the firearms in? If it wasn't one of these customers for this cannabis event, it was the people selling the cannabis, who are the people that her employees allowed inside. The establishment caused firearms to be inside of it. And you heard from Investigator Peru about the conversations that were had with Ms. Bienne, with her manager. What did they say? The manager said, it's been going on for a couple of months. We have a contract. He knew these were cannabis pop-up events. And when Ms. Bienne was asked, she told Investigator Peru, I have always done pop-ups. We look back at those contracts, 9 different contracts for different events over different periods of time. For this year, only one of them was called a pop-up event. It was the one where cannabis was being sold. This is important because members of the board, really there's 2 decisions for you to make here today. Because there's an action against the establishment's liquor license, summary suspension case, and under our cannabis statutes in the district, there's a case of summary closure of the establishment. And so what did we have to prove? And we had to prove it to you by substantial evidence in the record. And just so we're clear, all that means it's a degree of relevant evidence which a reasonable person, considering the whole record, might accept as adequate to support a conclusion even though other reasonable persons might disagree. That's a lower standard of proof than preponderance of the evidence. So what did we have to prove? We had to prove that the establishment was allowed to be used for an unlawful purpose. We did that because the establishment was being used to sell cannabis, psilocybin, and firearms were allowed inside. Which brings me to my next point. The establishment caused and allowed illegal firearms to be in the establishment in violation of DC Code Section 72509.07A7. This was a licensed alcohol business. You can't bring firearms inside, full stop. That's what happened here because the establishment let them in. They had to prove that they permitted the sale of controlled substances identified in the Controlled Substances Act of the District of Columbia. Cannabis, despite having our cannabis businesses, despite having the opportunity for medical cannabis in the District of Columbia, cannabis is still a controlled substance. And it was being sold. There's no question about that. Look at the individuals coming out with Mylar bags that Officer Greenberg told you indicate packaged cannabis that is being sold. The money found in the dance floor area where all these vending tables were set up. The pounds of product kept in those display cases and in the back in these suitcases, in the very space that this applicant proposes to use for their cultivation center. And to prove that they refused to allow ABCA and MPD to enter the establishment without delay, well, they certainly did that. There's no question. The individuals that were inside of that establishment locked them out for 20 to 30 minutes. Now that's for the summary suspension. Now what about the summary closure? And for the summary closure, we just show you that the establishment operated as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products. We certainly did that. They offered for sale psychedelic products containing psilocybin, a Schedule I controlled substance. And again, 2 pounds of psilocybin was found mixed in with all of these other products, which were clearly and evidently for sale. The question is, does proving these charges show that the establishment is an imminent danger to the District of Columbia? And it does prove it. It proves it because we saw what happens when the establishment can't control itself. When drugs and firearms are allowed to exist inside. We are very fortunate that ABCA and MPD discovered this when they did, that nobody was hurt. But the question is imminent. It's imminent danger. Not something that has happened, something that very realistically could. The presence of a firearm with an extended barrel and magazine, of multiple unlicensed weapons, of a weapon kept behind the establishment's bar. That is an imminent danger. There's a reason firearms aren't allowed in licensed alcohol businesses. Again, that's a question for their summary closure element. When we look on our other side, for the summary suspension element, because when we look at the summary closure side, members of the board, as you no doubt understand, imminent danger in the cannabis statute is even more specifically defined. Imminent danger under DC Code section 7-1671.08G1 and G2. Imminent danger to the health or safety of the public includes at D, the unlicensed establishment engaged in any activity or operation established as an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public by the board by rule. And so members of the board, if you find that they are an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public under our alcohol summary suspension guidelines, the summary closure is satisfied as well. Just like that. But there's more. That the unlicensed establishment distributes or attempts to distribute Schedule I substances or products that contain Schedule I substances. And as we have noted, psilocybin is a Schedule I substance. And finally, F, an employee, agent, or owner of the unlicensed establishment has unlawful firearms or weapons on the premises. It was an employee of the establishment who let these unlawful firearms come in. Under both summary suspension and summary closure, the district has satisfied its burden. Ms. Biene cannot control her business. And there is a very real and imminent danger in that. This board has a decision to make. Can establishments void themselves of their responsibilities by saying that they signed a contract with someone else? We opened the door for them, we let them inside, and everything that happened after that, there's nothing we can do. That's not acceptable. It's not safe. Licensees need to take their responsibilities seriously. And until Ms. Biene can indicate to this board that she does, we ask that the suspension of her alcohol license be upheld until such time as she can establish that she is going to follow through on some of these promises that she wanted to make to the board today. And that the summary closure of the building overall be affirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's a really strong argument for punishment, but that's not what we're here about. And it seems to be that the government has lost sight as to the notice that they wrote and why we're here. So I'm going to start there. This is a summary suspension proceeding that was triggered by a notice of summary action. And in that notice of summary action, it says that the basis of the contemplated action is certain information received by the board, which if true would justify the board summarily imposing a fine, suspension, or revocation, or otherwise, first under DC Code 25-826. Now I'm going to focus on that first, and we'll come back to the cannabis statute later. 25-826. We heard a lot of statutes quoted and a lot of arguments about we're in violation of this, we're in violation of that. But what we're here to talk about is DC Code 25-826, which says, if the board determines after an investigation that the operations of a licensee present an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public, or that the licensee or its agent has assaulted an ABCA investigator or a member of the Metropolitan Police Department during the commission of an investigation, the board may summarily revoke, suspend, fine, or restrict without a hearing. And then we get here for the hearing after the fact. The second part says the board, after investigation, may summarily revoke, suspend, fine, or restrict the license of whose establishment has been the scene of an assault on a police officer, government inspector, investigator, or other government official. We don't have any of that here. I mean, what we're talking about here, and the issue is, does this establishment constitute a continuing imminent danger to the public safety? Now, the government wants it both ways. On the one hand, they say, well, she can't control her establishment. On the other hand, they don't want to hear any evidence of what happened during the last 8 years. Every time we ask the question about, oh, that's not relevant, they don't want to hear any evidence of what she intends to do in the future. It's like, oh, no, that's not relevant. The only thing that seems to be relevant is what happened on October 3rd. Now, that's not the standard for continuing danger to the public. And the other testimony from the respondent as to what she's done, who she is, it's all relevant because the board has to make the judgment. Now the board has done this many times, and I'm going to talk about a few cases where it's been considered. I think it's particularly important for the new board members who haven't experienced this before. And what we're talking about is a place that you got to shut it down further. Now, I'm not here before you to say mistakes.
Hold on, Mr. Klein. Is it just me or is it Mr. Klein?
No, I heard it as well. I can't hear him.
Okay, I think he's having
You can't hear me?
internet issues. Well, now we cannot see you now.
We can see you now.
Yeah. You're having some internet issues, Mr. Klein.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Great.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Verizon. Where was I? What we're here to talk about is what's going on a continuing basis. Now, let's talk a little bit about the testimony. Officer Greenberg said on cross, he doesn't know of any connection between the operator, Miss Biani, and her two companies, and this cannabis pop-up operation, which, according to Mr. Perret, was run by somebody else. So in terms of a respondent, we got the wrong respondent. I mean, the person that was running the cannabis operation was not Miss Biani. But what I was getting to before Verizon decided to shut me out, is that I'm not going to sit before you today and say, was everything done right? No, I'm not going to tell you that. Is there potentially appropriate sanctions that might be imposed after the appropriate notice of show cause? Maybe, but that's for another day. What we're here to talk about, and what this case is about, and what's before the board today, is should this licensee be restricted from further operations on an ongoing basis because her business operations constitute an imminent threat to public safety. Now, she testified at the end there, her business is running a nightclub. She's run that nightclub for 8 years. Now you have, and we didn't get into it, but it's in the investigative report that you have her investigative history. In my experience, having done this a long time, and having had these cases before the board, her investigative history for 8 years is pretty light. I think there's a COVID violation, and there may be one other, but there's hardly anything. So to look at her and say, oh, you are a continuing danger, imminent danger to the residents and others in the District of Columbia, on that record is a stretch. Now, in terms of going forward, concerns, as we expressed previously, a mitigation plan was prepared. It was presented to the government. And in every other case that I've had before you for a summary suspension, and Mr. Chair knows he's been here a long time, I've probably had at least a dozen. The government always works with us to come up with a program so that everybody's satisfied going forward that this establishment will not constitute a threat to public safety. And I'll add, regardless of what we do here today, that invitation stands. We will continue to be willing to work with ABCA, its investigators, legal, whoever the board directs, so that there's a program in place. We think it's important. And we've had a lot of success in doing that. In this case, that opportunity was completely denied because there was no response to the plan of mitigation. It was, no, this place is horrible. It needs to be closed down. Now let's look at what the board's done in other cases, because we think it's really instructive. I want to talk about Moi Moi. There's a place called Moi Moi. They had 2 summary suspensions. The second one resulted in revocation of the license. Well, let's talk about the first one, which led simply to a $3,000 fine. That was the sum total of what the board thought was appropriate in that case, because the board understands the standard, and the standard is, does the establishment constitute a continuing threat to public safety? In Moi Moi, it was alleged there was a firearm. There wasn't just a fire alarm allegedly in the establishment, it was discharged. And it was discharged while the establishment was in operation. Now, keep in mind that this business was not in operation. The alcohol was all locked up. It didn't have anything to do with her core business. But in Moi Moi, it did. Gun went off. It was discharged. The licensee provided misleading statements to investigators. They permitted a third party to provide security. They failed to preserve the crime scene. And with all of that, under those circumstances, the board was satisfied. Why was the board satisfied? Because there was a program where the licensee worked with the agency and worked with the Office of Attorney General and came up with a program that satisfied the board that the establishment did not constitute a continuing threat. Now, we were deprived of that opportunity here. I don't know why. So let's talk about Moi Moi 2. So when is it appropriate? Moi Moi 2, allowing the establishment to be used for unlawful and disorderly purpose, hiring or using unlawful and improperly licensed security guards, interfering with an ABCA and MPD investigation by concealing evidence, allowing or causing a firearm to be present in the establishment, violating the establishment's security plan by failing to engage in conflict resolution or de-escalation, violating the security plan by failing to screen patrons with physical searches and magnetometer wanding, violating a board order by allowing an employee to bring a weapon into the establishment, violating the establishment's security plan and board order by failing to maintain an incident log, violating security plan by failing to report a violent incident in violation of their board order, failing to keep security cameras in good working order, failing to preserve a crime scene, failing to cooperate with ABCA and MPD investigation of a violent incident, and failing to allow MPD to enter, failing to cooperate with ABCA and MPD investigation of a violent incident by providing false and misleading statements with the intent of misleading, influencing, or obstructing an official investigation, violating the establishment's licensed hours in violation of DC Official Code 25-762A. Now, that's a place that deserved to be closed. What does that have to do with this operation? Clearly, this cannabis operation went on. It shouldn't have. And appropriate sanctions may be appropriate. But to conclude from one day that this business, which has operated for 8 years relatively without incident, is unfit and presents a threat to public safety is absurd. Now, let's talk about another one that's like almost directly on point. And that one is KISS LLC. What did they have? They had a shooting while they were open. They had a cannabis pop-up, which they knew about. There isn't any question. They were involved in the cannabis pop-up. They were the operator. The owner lied about video footage. And in that case, there wasn't a permanent closure. The establishment was allowed to continue operating. Now, we don't express any opinion as to whether the board was right or wrong in the circumstances, but I believe they provide context. Probably the grandfather or grandmother of all these cases, and it's I'm probably the only one. Maybe Mr. Meadows was around. Few of us that are here on this call were around, but there's a place in the very building where ABCA's getting ready to move from, the Reef Center. It was called Club U. And there were weapons coming in every night. There were stabbings, there were shootings. That's what the statute's designed for. It's not designed for the run of the mill. Oh, we have a violation. You have a violation, we do what we always do. You send it to the Attorney General, they write up a notice of show cause, and then we either enter into an offer and compromise, or if we can't agree and to a penalty, we come before we have a hearing, or we stipulate to the facts and argue about what the penalty is. Why we are here talking about this woman and her operation because of something someone else did. She didn't run this cannabis operation. Now, again, I'm not going to excuse it and say that she has no responsibility. That's not the point. That responsibility, however, should be tested in an appropriate proceeding, which is not one involving whether this establishment constitutes an imminent threat to public safety, because 8 years of operations demonstrate that it hasn't. She's testified that's her business. That's what she's going to stick to. If she does anything else, she's going to be there. Government says, well, the buck doesn't stop with her. She fired the guy that did this. He was with her for 8 years. So tell me, who does the buck stop with? I think pretty clearly it stops with her. I mean, this almost sounds like we look at KISS and we look at Moi Moi. Are we treating a woman differently? I really don't even understand, in light of those other cases, why she's being treated differently, because it seems to me she is. So with respect to the alcohol summary suspension, we respectfully submit her continuing operation of Power Nightclub as a nightclub does not constitute an imminent threat to public safety, and her privileges should be restored. Now let's talk about the cannabis statute. So she has essentially been charged, for lack of a better term, this is an administrative hearing, so it's not really a charge, with operating an unlicensed cannabis pop-up facility. Now, at worst, what she did was she allowed on her premises someone else to run an unlicensed cannabis pop-up. Now, why aren't they before you? Because it seems to me that they're the party that did this. They're the party that profited, that benefited, that had all the cases. I mean, the testimony is uncontroverted that they were the ones that set this up. They did it. Should she have allowed them to do it? Yeah, we can debate that for another day, and maybe there's an appropriate punishment for that. But she didn't do it. She's not the respondent. So how you padlock her business for that when she's not the party that did it, it just seems a gross misapplication of the statute. And again, if they're and let's go through the factors. I mean, in terms of we had some discussion of what should be considered by the government. None of that stuff is applicable. I mean, it's I can't find it now. Beg the board's indulgence. Oh, here we go. And we heard it. The unlicensed establishment engages in any activity or operation established as an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public by board rule. Well, I don't know what board rule we're talking about, so I'm not even sure what that is. It wasn't articulated. It's just like, oh, by board rule. The unlicensed establishment engages in any activity or operation established as an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public by the board by rule. Now, again, that's perfectly appropriate to, what was this guy's name? Miami Breeze, who did this. But she didn't do this. Again, she's at worst guilty of allowing it to happen on her establishment. And yes, she's responsible for her manager, and that's just the way it is. However, her actions in terminating that manager certainly show the board her intentions of complying with the law. You heard her testimony, and I think she testified honestly, even when it wasn't necessarily in her favor. She told you, she said, yeah, I didn't shut it down. I didn't do everything that I should have done. So I think she was credible, and she told you what she did. So the buck stops with her. We don't see the government's case. We think the government's gone far and afield. They're talking about other statutes, but that's not what they noticed. I mean, they noticed a summary. The board has been through it many, many, many times, and these facts don't give rise to taking this woman's business away from her, because that's what the government's asking you to do. Summarily take her business away. That's what they want you to do. And that's not appropriate under these circumstances. If it was appropriate here, it was certainly more appropriate in the KISS case, and it was certainly more appropriate in Moi Moi 1 than it was here. And in both of those cases, the board said, you know, I think we lost an opportunity here. And I think the chair knows, I think Mr. Grant knows, and the other board members will come to know that we seek to work with this agency to see that these operations are run in a safe manner. We lost that opportunity here because the government refused to talk to us. They didn't want to hear. We're here, we're going to hearing, we're taking their license.
We don't have objections in closing. Go ahead.
I'm done. And thank you, members of the board. We would respectfully request that the license be restored, the padlock be removed. Let me talk about that for a minute. This statute that God bless our council wrote that says that the place is padlocked, like indefinitely. Like, I don't even understand how we do that in a civilized country. There isn't even any mechanism to unpadlock it. But be that as it may, there certainly aren't any reasons for this building to continue to be padlocked based upon the activities that were conducted for 8 years and the activities that are intended to be conducted as testified to by Ms. Bieni in the future. And our invitation to work with the agency, the board, its council, its investigators, to make sure that everybody's satisfied that this establishment is doing everything that it needs to do to protect the health and safety of the public remains open, and it always remains open when our office is representing applicants. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Does the government still wishes 5 minutes?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Guns, drugs, and money. We want to know the difference between Moi Moi 1 and this case? There was a gun in Moi Moi 1, but no drugs. Certainly no sale of drugs. Not thousands of dollars found inside the establishment. What's the imminent danger? Here, that wasn't there. Imminent danger here? Guns, drugs, and money. It is not safe for the District of Columbia to have establishments operating with firearms that are not registered to anyone, that have extended magazines, with product that is worth a lot of money, and with the money that's exchanged after those products are sold. You want a difference between 1.1 and this case? Drugs and money. Now, Mr. Klein referred extensively to Kiss Tavern, Kiss LLC. The members of the board, one thing that is crucial for us to remember is that the decisions of this board previously, they are not binding, but they are persuasive. I will give Mr. Klein that. They can provide information on what the board may do in a future case. And what did this board say in that previous case? The one where only you were here for previously, Chairperson Anderson. The board said in its findings, not that the government has no case. Why is this case before us? This is ridiculous. This shouldn't be a summary suspension. No, what the findings were that the indefinite suspension or revocation of the license is not the sole remedy for the violation of having drugs sold in the establishment. Mr. Klein's gone on for a long time about permanent shutdown of this establishment. Not one time in this hearing has the district argued for the full revocation of the license. My ask to you at the end of my closing argument, members of the board, was that the summary suspension be upheld. We want to talk about another case. Just a few months ago, Mr. Klein wants to cite cases that I was already on, talking about Moi Moi 2. Let's talk about another case. Let's talk about Buho's Restaurant. In Buho's Restaurant, this board did uphold a summary suspension of a license for the time that it was suspended, but it held it with certain conditions, that the suspension would be lifted once the licensee met certain conditions. That is the same thing that happened in Kiss Tavern. It says lifts the suspension, but it wasn't lifts immediately. It was lifts when conditions have been met. Conditions that can assure this board that the establishment will operate safely, that the establishment will not continue to pose an imminent danger. If the board has determined today that it has assessed the conditions that can meet that can prevent a further imminent danger, then it can condition the lifting of the suspension on the fulfillment of those conditions. And if Mr. Klein, as he's saying, is interested in continuing to engage, to work to ensure that everyone is safe, I'm sure he would not have a problem with that, of working with the government to come up with a plan that follows whatever this board orders. Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
We are asking that the suspension be upheld. We are asking that the closure be upheld until a time when the board can find satisfactory conditions to keep the district safe. Thank you.
Okay. I'm hearing about a remediation plan. Is this in the record?
Something that not, but given the discussion, we would offer it and ask the board to consider it. It has been shared.
Is this something that the parties want the board to consider?
We would like the board to consider it. It was provided to legal. It was provided to the Office of OAJ, Mr. Senchi. And yes, we would like the board to consider it.
If it was provided.
And again,
I'm sorry.
And again, I say what I've said several times. If there's anything else, we remain open. I mean, I hear what the government is saying, And I want to say, well, where have you been? We've begged. We've said, work with us.
Oh, well,
And it never happened. And if it's
Mr.
going to
Chair,
happen
Mr. Chair,
now, let's do it.
I mean, once again,
yeah, I was about to
discuss
end this.
outside settlement discussions. Is that
I know, and that's I was about to say we could have had this discussion. I did at the beginning of the hearing. I did state, are there any preliminary matters? And if the parties had said at, and I know this hearing was scheduled for 1:30, we probably started by 2:30. And if the parties had said yes, I would have postponed this hearing so you can discuss it. So now, after we've spent almost 5 hours here, I'm hearing this for the first time. But um, the if the plan, since the plan was provided to government, it was also provided um, to legal. Legal will provide to the board, and as we have, I'm not sure the timeline that we have to deliberate this. I'm not sure how quickly we must issue a decision. 3 days, hard. So if we have to issue a decision within three, and so we will issue a decision in 3 days. And so I thank the parties for providing the plan, and so we'll do that. I was about to ask for the citation for the KISS case, but I believe that we have now that the legal office is able to identify with, is it 20 CMP 0010? Is that the KISS case that we're all relying upon, since you did share that I was the only one that was here
Yeah.
in
20
2020?
CMP-00110.
Yes. So we have also found this case, and I I anyway, I'll leave the comment that I'm the only one been here since what, that's 9 years. Oh, that's only 4 years ago. All right, that's fine. All right. The record is now closed. All right, thank you. All right, so let me read the statements and then I will close the record. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24-251-00038 Power Nightclub, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberated upon case number 24-251-00038 Power Nightclub for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for the presentation today. And as stated, the Board will issue a decision per statute within 3 days. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Thank you. All right, then. Thank you. All right. That is the end of our day. However, I'm not going to close the record. At the moment, I'm going to ask the board to return to executive session. And so I need the court reporter to stay until the board returns. I believe that I'll try to be back in about 10 minutes to close the record, but the board is going to go into executive session and then we'll come back to close the record. So let's sign off and go to executive session. Thank you. We're back in the record. All right, we're back in the record, and let us now do, I'm sorry. So we're gonna now, we're back in the record, so we're now gonna do our legal agenda medical cannabis second addendum. The first item on this agenda is a review of an offer in compromise dated November 5th, 2024, in case number 24 ULC 00033 Dream Smoke Shop. This is an unlicensed cannabis facility. And the offer in compromise is I'm sorry, hold on. Give me a minute, please. I'm sorry. Okay. The offer in compromise is as follows. Term number one, remediation. To remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occur at the business, respondent will change the name of the business from Dreams Smoke Shop to Dreams Convenience Store. And the Dreams Smoke and Gifts sign must be moved, updated, or replaced. The term smoke cannot be utilized. Respondent will change its business model to sell Afghan and African products and artifacts and legal tobacco accessories. Respondent may also apply in the future for a license to operate a convenience store, restaurant, or food service business at this location. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of License and Consumer Protection, DLCP. Number two, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products: flavored tobacco, cannabis or cannabis products, including hemp and CBD, kratom, Kratom, and for any Schedule 1 substances, including psychedelic mushrooms and DIMETHYLTRYPTAMINE, DMI. Cease and desist. Number three, cease and desist order to remain in effect. The respondent's current cease and desist order, board order number 2024-558, dated August 7th, 2024, shall remain in effect and will apply against its new entity, Dreams Convenience Store. A violation of the respondent's cease and desist order shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure. Number four, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premise of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling these products listed in paragraph 2. Number 5, licensing. Nothing in paragraph 2, nothing in this OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis license from the board or sell or deliver cannabis and cannabis products. Number 6, lifting the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirement of paragraph 1 have been satisfied. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. You are on mute, Mr. Jones. Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn? Ms. Quinn?
I'm trying to unmute. Hi, okay, took a while to unmute. Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And hold on, let's see. Hold on. Matter. All right, let's see. Oh, sorry. The matter passed 5-0, and this will be memorialized in Board Order number 2024-857. Number 2, review of respondents' motion to lift order of summary closure dated November 6, 2024 in case number 24 ULC 00033 Dreams Smoke Shop unlicensed. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And we're now at the end of our agenda items for the day. So I'm going to close the record officially. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 4 or 5, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on November 20th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for November 20th as published in the DC Register on November 15th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also the members of the board who have participated in our hearing today also. If there's no further business, we're adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon, and thank you.